and welcome everybody to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, the most anticipated chess event of the year. We have world champion Magnus Carlsen, we have Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, very, very exciting roster of players for you guys. This is going to be an exciting event. Today we have Fabiano Caruana battling the world champion Magnus Carlsen in what is going to be a thrilling battle over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start the day with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Christian. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, and we are so excited to kick off the 5th edition of the Sinquefield Cup.
And I'm delighted to be with you, Jennifer. Wow, what a day we have in store.
Yeah, it's one of the best tournaments, perhaps the best tournament on the tournament calendar. And let's take a look at the roster of players.
Indeed.
Well, we've got our world champion Magnus Carlsen, who skipped last year's Sinquefield Cup so that he could prepare for his world championship defense, which was successful.
Indeed, and you see the top 4 players are actually all previous winners of the Sinquefield Cup, so all 4 previous winners are in this event.
That's right, and they're the top 4 by rating. I guess you have to be pretty good to win the Sinquefield Cup, Yasser.
I think you do, indeed. And there you see the FIDE ratings in the middle and the universal rating system ratings on the right, extreme right.
That's right, and we have some newcomers to the event as well. Sergei Karyakin has never played in the Sinquefield Cup before, so we welcome him.
Exactly, the challenger in 2016 is making his debut here in St. Louis.
Now, we have our traditional 10-player round robin here in the Sinquefield Cup that we've had for the last few years, but one thing that's different this year is the time control. It's still classical, but there's a little bit of a twist. We have 40 moves in 100 minutes, and the remainder of the game in 60, with a 30-second delay from the very beginning of the game. This differs from last year, in which we had a flat 40 moves in 2 hours with no increment for the first time control, and then a 30-second increment for move 41.
So it's delay versus increment. We'll see how that works out.
Indeed, and we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for a little look back on our previous Sinquefield Cup champions and a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Well, what is there not to love about this event? You've got all the best players in the world playing for all that money. It's going to be an exciting 10 days here for us to do commentary on, and it's all getting started right now. Let's take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings. As atop the standings is one Magnus Carlsen. He simply dominated in Paris and in Leuven, establishing himself as the best player in the world indeed. But he has some thoroughbreds chasing him. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who finished second in Paris, is up on the list, as is Wesley So, making a bid to win the title of Grand Chess Tour champion once again. Indeed, we have great champions from the past, great names. Why would you be excited about seeing this list? First of all, the very first one was Magnus Carlsen, famously declining a draw against the Von Aronian, even though that won him the event. Well, he wanted to win the whole thing in style, as he did. But talk about winning in style, Fabiano Caruana. We will not forget his incredible 7-0 start to the 2014 campaign, and he dominated that one. The Von Aronian +3, he beat all the Americans. Way to go, beating the host team, but he was able to win that one. And as mentioned, Wesley So winning last year, winning 67 games, undefeated 67 games in a row. He showed his dominance throughout the year. Can he pull it off again this year? Well, this matchup of 2 previous winners will be what we have our eyes on. Fabiano Caruana, of course, number 2 in the world. He is simply a scintillating player. He has not had necessarily a brilliant year so far, but he knows a thing or two about defeating the guy on the right of the screen, Magnus Carlsen. These two have had fantastic matchups. Many people feel like this will be a future world championship matchup. Well, we've got it here in round 1 with Fabi versus Magnus, and it's the Sinquefield Cup about to start in a few minutes.
Let's take a look at the crowded boardroom where these players are about to get underway. And let's take a look at the pairings. Now, every day the Sinquefield Cup with such elite players is going to feature great pairings, but I think today is particularly exciting.
Well, the day one, most especially, but yes, that Fabiano-Magnus matchup, you know, oh boy, that's just so huge. But a couple of other, look, I'm the elder here. I'm all about Vishy Anand, 5-time world champion, but he's going up against a guy, Hikaru Nakamura, who has done very well against him, MVL Wesley, and of course Lavona Ronian. And Ian, by the way, we have 3 Russian players and 3 American players in our roster.
Also, the match of the millennials rematch is kind of coming back sooner than we thought, right? Except it's Russia versus the U.S., right? Yeah, and that, of course, was the tournament that preceded this, in which some of the most talented youngsters in the world played against our American youth, and many of the world players were Russian. And well, let's not talk about how we did there. Let's go to Magnus Carlsen.
And he'll be playing black, of course.
He's going to be playing black against Fabiano. And the last time they played with those colors here in St. Louis, as Magnus skipped the 2016, Magnus did win that game due to a 40th move blunder by our Fabi.
Yes, the last move of the time control was extremely costly. And what about the prize money? What are they playing for, Jennifer?
Well, they're playing for big bucks here in the capital of chess in America. There's $75K for first place, along with 13 Grand Chess Tour points. Those Grand Chess Tour points will give them even more money, which we'll talk about later. If there's a tie for first, you'll get 12 GCT points. Total prize fund of $300,000, and as you can see, everybody walks away with a little bit something.
Exactly. Nice something.
And we see Wesley. So I'm really intrigued by this matchup because we got the battle of the second player in the world, Wesley So, who's also the reigning Sinquefield Cup champion, don't forget. And then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's currently ranked second in the standings.
After Paris and Leuven.
That's right. So this matchup, I think, is very important for the Grand Chess Tour. Also, not just the defending Sinquefield Cup champion, but the defending Grand Chess Tour champion. So this could really set the tone for who's a front runner.
Exactly. And there are so many subplots to this event as well. One crucial one is that in the candidates tournament, the top 2 players by rating are invited. And there are 3 players jostling for those two spots, and they are Wesley, Fabi, and Vladimir Kramnik. So it's especially important for Wesley and Fabi that they have great events here to enhance their chances of qualifying for the candidates tournament.
That's right, Yasser. And they are currently number 2 and number 3 in the world on the live rankings list.
Right. And so, Vladimir is very close to the vote.
But Vladimir not playing here. And we are going to go to Tony Rich, international arbiter and executive director here at the Chess Club, who is going to open the chestivities.
And welcome to the playing hall as we kick off round 1 of the 2017 Sinquefield Cup. The players are here and quiet and ready to go. The arbiters will be making announcements in just a moment. But before we begin, we're joined by a special guest, Frank Camerata from House of Staunton. House of Staunton has made the beautiful chess sets on which the players will compete, the Sinquefield sets. The 5 sets that are across the boards here will actually be played on and then auctioned off for charity and fundraising afterward. So now to join me, Frank Camerata, and he'll make our ceremonial first move on the board.
Okay. Just a quick announcement. These sets are new for this year. They're really based on the very first Staunton set you would have bought in 1849, except I've taken some liberty with the knights. You'll also notice your kingside knight and rook are stamped with a crown. Back in the old days, king pawn to king fourth, or king knight to king bishop 3. Sometimes 2 knights or 2 rooks can get to the same square, so they put a little stamp on it. That was little Staunton's patent. Now, don't ask me about the bishops. You can figure that one out.
Very good. Thank you, Frank. And if you would do us the honors of making our first move. Thank you very much, Frank.
Okay, take care.
At least he played a good move, right? Okay, now I'll hand things over to our chief arbiter, Tracy Vibert, for the announcements and kicking off round 1.
Oh, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave took back the move. I was going to say best by test. We don't know what he was going to play against Wesley So, but of course he's letting the suspense reign as we see Tracy Vibert make some announcements as well.
I'm sure she's reiterating the time control for the players.
Oh, yes. You got to know the time control, Yasser. As we've seen again and again, that can be quite important here. And, one thing I noticed is that people are really excited about this year's Sinquefield Cup. I mean, I haven't seen anything like it. The Twitter feed for our hashtag Sinquefield Cup is absolutely blowing up. There's already so much activity. I'm sure you guys are going to be calling us This is going to be one heck of a tournament.
Well, it's simply the greatest tournament in the world, full stop. And St. Louis is just making the players so welcome. The opening ceremony last night, I thought the pairing between fashion and chess was amazing. I've never been to an opening ceremony like we experienced. And I think a lot of the players were just gleeful about the event as it's getting underway. I know I'm really on the edge of my seat myself.
Oh, it was absolutely outstanding. And I know that Maurice Ashley was paired with actually the winning designer. And
I didn't want you to mention that, but yes.
I know. Well, like I also have to say the designer I worked with got the popular vote, People's Choice.
Of course.
Maurice and I were kind of both champions.
Yes.
That's how
yes.
I like to
When
look at
he
it.
walked away with the money.
Let's get it straight. But I would like to mention, as a subtext for this tournament as well, we've been talking about it in other events. This one is as close as it's been in a while, and it's the fact that Magnus, we know, is the best player in the world, but he has not been great in classical chess this year. And we have the live rankings up, and we see that Magnus is 12 points ahead by rating, ahead of Wesley So, who's the number 2 player in the world, who's at 28.10, and Fabiano at number 3 at 28.07. If Magnus were to slip up in this event and drop a couple of games, he could simply not be the number 1 ranked player in the world anymore after the Sinquefield Cup. So, and he has not done great. So this year in classical chess, he has completely dominated anything that looks like rapid and blitz as the game has begun. But in classical chess, Magnus hasn't won in a while. And so we're waiting to see, will this be the return of the king? Or will the rest of the players or someone overtake him at this event? So you know this is an extremely important tournament for Magnus Carlsen.
Indeed. And more to your point, an extremely important game between these two players because, again, Fabiano is within striking distance, and it's the first time in years that the rivals of Magnus have been so close to him. And we have a Ruy Lopez, classical, not a Berlin, but a classical Ruy Lopez on board with knight f6 and the a7, a6 move that Paul Morphy, of course, made famous. Berlin has been dominant in opening theory amongst the elite players today. What do you think about this choice by Magnus? Maurice, it's still the 2016 World Championship, Sergei Karyakin all over. Are we going to see a Marshall?
I think it's an indication that Magnus has come to play. First of all, no Berlins, no solid stuff. He wants to see something a bit sharp on the board. He's not going to defend any kind of Berlin endgame. I think a Marshall may easily happen, but he can play anything he wants. I mean, there's anything he could have wanted, but now D3 is on the board, taking it out of standard Marshall waters. This is nothing that Magnus will be too afraid of. But I saw Fabi very casual before the game with he and his second, Rustam Kazimjanov. I was going out of the hotel. They were coming back in. They just had a nice stroll. Didn't say anything to them, but it looked like they had done their pregame walk and relaxation, clearing the mind before he got all dressed up for the game.
Well, this is so far still following, well, not anymore. Until this move D6, it was following their game from the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, which was also this variation of the Ruy Lopez.
And what had Magnus done instead of the move D7?
He had played Bishop B7.
Bishop B7 is what he does say. And, you know, it's strange. I was actually thinking that Bishop B7 was the right move because very often in the Ruy Lopez, if black can get in the move D7, D5, essentially for free, that means he's equalized. The move
and
D7,
that's why that game
D6,
did continue with knight C3, trying to occupy that square.
Exactly, to stop D7, D5. But D7, D6 is basically saying, okay, for the moment, I'm going to hunt down the bishop on B3 with the move knight A5. And here, either the move A2, A3, or the more traditional C2, C3 is likely to be essayed.
By the way, let's point out something else about the clock times. With the new delay clock times, they started with 1:40 and 30 seconds, and that delay means if they make a move within 30 seconds, then the time will not change at all. So that's why Caruana is sitting at 140.30 still because he's not getting any 30 seconds for the increment, but the delay is in effect. So when he makes a move, his clock is right back where it started. Magnus has now finally stopped, paused to think after this last move, A4, and I was watching as the clock just kept going back to 140.30, 140.30. But with this move A4, Magnus is now thinking for the very first time and finally has played the move B4.
B4. So A2, A4 rescues the bishop from the threat of knight A5 because the bishop has a retreat square A2. But after the move B5, B4, black is taking some space over on the queen side. The real question is this square C4. If white can get knight D2 and knight C4 in the position, then he'll be posting up very nicely on the C4 square. Sometimes there's even ideas like A4, A5 to artificially isolate the pawn on B4. But the players are still deep in their home prep. Let's take a look around the horn and see some of our other key matchups. In this game, we have MVL versus Wesley So. Let's take it from the top. E4, E5. And as we've been seeing so many Berlins, a lot of players are going for the Italian game with Bishop C4, Bishop C5, the so-called Gioco piano, which means slow game, D2, D3, castles, A4, and deep still in theory in this position. We'll leave that game and we'll move over to the game between Levon and Ian. And I thought it was in English, but the game quickly transposes into an English after knight f3. Now, you're a big Grunfeld player. Do you get tired? It's a moral victory for the Grunfeld when the players don't go into the traditional Grunfeld. They go into these anti-Grunfeld systems with E2, E3. Do you have a lot of experience with this, Jennifer, yourself?
Yeah, I do feel that a lot of times people are so deathly afraid of the Grunfeld that they'll play knight f3 or c4 in the first move.
Exactly.
I'm actually not deathly afraid, but really just trying to take their opponent out of their favorite lines. Because unlike some lines that work equally well versus c4 and d4, Grunfeld's not one of them. So like if you play the King's Indian defense, you're golden when your opponent plays c4.
Right.
But that's not the case with a lot of d4 openings, which puts a lot of extra work on amateurs' plates who are trying to learn a new defense to d4. And that's one of the first things you should do when you're thinking about switching to another queen pawn opening. Really think hard about how that fits in with your treatment against knight f3 and c4.
Yes, because those are cagey ways of avoiding what you're trying to achieve. Now, a quick question for you, Jennifer. Why is white set up with the pawn on e3 to be feared? If you trade, and now you play g7, g6, so you want your Grunfeld play with bishop g7, castles, and knight c6. What is it about the move e2, e3 that may put a Grunfeld player off?
Well, you don't have all that immediate counterplay against d4.
When the pawn comes to d4, it's a little more solid, so to speak.
Exactly, and it's kind of on my own terms and timing, rather than it being out there and you being able to counterattack it right away.
Okay.
And I know you really like playing these types of systems against the Grunfeld, don't you?
Yes, I don't like playing into the mainline stuff because I really feel that for a lot of Grunfeld players, they're in their comfort zone when I play into the mainline stuff, and I don't think there's much of an advantage in this particular setup.
It's gone actually in a very interesting manner, actually,
oh, did it?
With white not opting to play d4 and instead kind of playing around the mini center. So take a look.
What did he play instead of?
After knight c3, bc3, g6, there's been a quick
I
h-pawn rush.
I see. Oh, he went bishop. Oh, he went h4. Oh, my goodness. h4. Well, that's a real indication. Bishop g7, h5.
This is an indication of what we're looking forward to in the Sinquefield Cup. Let's hope so.
Absolutely.
And now bishop to a3.
Eyeballing the pawn on c5.
Yeah, and that's another example of things like ugly things would be happening on c3, of course, if with queen a5 ideas, except our pawn's actually really well defended now.
So queen a5 does defend the pawn on c5. That's a good idea. Attacks the bishop on a3, but like you were saying, doesn't necessarily put too much pressure on the c3
so
square.
Queen b3 seems legit.
Like box, right? Now, the move you'd like to play is bishop e6, attacking the queen, but queen takes b7 is an issue. So
How's
before I
knight
play
b4 looking?
knight, sorry?
I'm
Knight
trying to
B-
play knight b4 and bishop e6 because your rook's hanging on a1.
Ooh, I think I'm just going to take that
you
with a
just take
tempo.
it with check, right?
With a
Or
tempo, yeah.
check to the queen, that
Check
is.
to the queen.
So bishop e6.
But I'm thinking
queen b7,
castles.
so just you're castling.
Just asking white to go ahead and kill me, HG, HG. And this queen is a long way from the h7 square, not to say that it can't get there. Queen c4 to h4 are ideas, but at the moment, bishop e6 is now suddenly on black's agenda.
Not to mention the fact that if we were to play queen c4, queen takes a3, queen h4, there's actually no mate threat yet, so we can just shuttle our rook over, and the bishop does a really good job about defending against checkmate.
Okay, let's just show the audience exactly what we were talking about. As a Grunfeld player, or even a dragon player, you got to be aware of these h-file attacks, but as you were mentioning, Jennifer, the bishop on g7 does a great job of protecting black's king, and there's simply no checkmate on tap in this position.
So what does Levon have in mind after queen a5?
Well, I think queen b3 is basically box, and we get to this position if Ian is so inclined to,
you're
to castle.
You're castling,
Yeah.
And now we're trying to come up with what the idea is here for white.
Okay, but we'll stop here for a second, and I always tell people who are constantly asking me about openings and middle games, one of the most clear things you have to have in mind when you have your opening is what are you going to do with your king? You're trying to control the center, develop your pieces, and find safety for your king. Now, I'm not saying that black's king is necessarily safe. The question that I'm posing to white is, where do you want to castle? Castling king side has issues. Castling queen side has issues. Staying in the center will have issues. Whereas black has actually made his commitment already. You know the address of black's king. But bishop e6 is going to challenge.
So bishop c4, perhaps, with bishop f7 and knight g5
Guys,
on the menu?
You're talking about this position. He's already moved. And look at the move he played.
What was
Rook
that?
h4.
Rook h4. You had it on the board. Rook h4. Forget queen b3.
Oh my goodness.
Rook h4 with a queen.
No, next one.
Yeah.
Trap on tap. If you dare touch that bishop,
Yikes.
if you thought you were threatening the bishop, this move,
Whoa.
Rook h4 is hyper creative. He played it quickly as well. And there's Nepomniachtchi looking off in space, wondering, did I walk into something dangerous here? As this queen trap, you don't want to touch that bishop as your queen gets grabbed instantly. And Levon, he comes up with some brilliant ideas that he might sit on for years. He got Magnus Carlsen one of those. Now bishop d7 has been played. He got Magnus Carlsen famously with that exchange sacrifice that he beat. He played a scintillating game, winning that event. But right now, he's playing this great idea. Rook h4. Well, is it great? But at least it's original in that position. I should also.
And what about bishop c3?
Well, I should also point out, by the way, I want to get back to one game. Something important happened in the game with Magnus as well. Right here in this position, knight bd2. This position, Fabi against Magnus. This position has been seen by Magnus in his practice once before. An important game for him. He won the candidates in 2013 in his campaign to try to become world champion, and he played this position. He had the black pieces against Peter Svidler, and he was able to win the game with the move bishop to e6, and went on to be a fine victory for him. But this time, knowing that there was some deep preparation that Fabi must have done for him in this line, he opted out and played the move rook to b8, changing up a move that helped him to win. Decided, no, I'm not going in there, and forced Fabi to think for a little bit before finally playing the move rook to e1. So the cat and mouse game continues in the openings, as these players are wont to making sure that they're not latched onto and fall into some crazy blowout right away, although this position doesn't suggest that. But try to make at least their opponents a bit uncomfortable right from the get-go.
Fascinating. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
really
I'm
curious.
still-
I know this rook h4. I'm looking at bishop takes c3 because after
Right.
rook a4 we get 2 rooks. Can we look at that line?
Of course.
Instead of bishop d7. So I imagine that this is still in preparation, perhaps for Nippon Miyachi, because
He played bishop
d7
d7
so
very
quick.
quickly.
And because bishop takes c3 is a possibility here too, because if you take, then I have queen takes c3 check, and I think that after knight e2, now I can take on.
So this move, rook h4, from the mind of Levon, the Levon's laboratory working overtime here. I've played and seen a lot of Grunfelds, and this is a very rare queen trap that I'm looking at with rook h4. So what you were saying, Jennifer, is what about the move bishop take? Even though bishop d7 came very quickly, the move bishop takes c3 was very tempting, right? Because you don't want to capture the bishop, because any recapture would cost these pawns, right?
And note that you're no longer trapping the queen because we'll have the c3 square again.
Exactly.
So, for instance, after take c3, queen c3, you must...
Or queen takes a3, there's no queen trap.
Yeah, exactly.
Rook a4, queen takes c3 check, no queen trap.
Or we could start with c3, kind of destabilizing your pieces. I guess you have to play with the knight because
Yes.
queen d2 hangs the rook on a1.
Right.
So that's not good.
So after bishop takes
good.
c3, rook a4 would have been the follow-up, the key follow-up. But then you were saying, hey, what about grabbing the 2 white rooks for the queen?
Well, it's
Queen
probably a
takes a4.
situation that benefits the queen, huh?
I'm not sure. This is really double-edged. This is not absolutely clear in my book. After bishop b5, bishop d7, bishop takes c5. Somebody will have to explain to me why exactly white will be better here. It's wide open, and white's king is still in the center. Black's king is going to find safety.
Fascinating struggle there.
Oh,
Look at
great
this.
stuff.
Look at this crowd here on Wednesday afternoon in St. Louis, and of course, many more watching over at the Kingside Diner in the World Chess Hall of Fame.
And the club is full downstairs. I mean, before we came on air, I mean, there were people from all over the United States that have brought their families, mainly their children who play chess. They're so excited. I just met a little boy, Jack, and his dad, Troy, and mother, Lisa, and they're just thrilled.
It's fantastic that people are catching on that St. Louis and the Sinquefield Cup is the place where you can meet your heroes.
Chess capital of the United States.
For a very good price. No matter where you are in the U.S., it's not that expensive to get to St. Louis, and it's certainly worth the trip. Look at this. You're going to have a lot of fun down here. So that line really fascinates me, and I wonder if Ian either had looked at something similar to this or just made a quick judgment. Just was like, I'm going to look at this for a few minutes. I don't think the 2 rooks are as powerful as the queen in this position, and not burn a lot of time on the clock and play bishop d7.
Well, it was a practical decision, but now he's laid the gauntlet a little bit. What about rook a4, forcing the queen back, bishop takes, c5, you know me, I'm a pawn grubber, and you've got this move knight e5 with a double attack for sure. The bishop on c5 is hanging, as is the rook on a4, but I'm thinking that I'm going to step back with the bishop and invite you. We've seen in so many lines of the Grunfeld pawn sacrifices and exchange sacrifices. Those are like really, really commonplace types of things going on. This one is also a tough judgment to make. There's compensation here, but is it who stands better and why? Again, I'm confused.
A fascinating struggle. Maurice, your thoughts?
Yes, well, just checking the database, first of all, this move, bishop a3, is a novelty, just a straightforward novelty in the position. I guess most people decided to avoid this line because of queen a5. Looked like it might have forced white on the back foot, having to defend this bishop right away, except if you find something wild like rook to h4, quite unique move indeed. And now not accepting that capture on c3, well, takes the engines really hate this variation for black, this line knight g5, and the feeling that it's white with all the initiative with the queen as well, that this position is going to be difficult for black to defend, especially with the queen being able to go over to h4 if your king ever decides to castle. So this looks like a very dangerous line to play. However, this line, rook a4, queen c7, bishop takes c5, as you mentioned, Yaz, this variation after captures, and queen takes a4 check, and of course you cannot block with the queen because of bishop to b5 winning immediately. Queen a4 check forces the king to move, and this is a double-edged position. The Indians saying, as you know, triple zeros, as they famously say in this position, or giving black the edge. Personally, I like white. To me, this is the kind of position that's going to be very difficult for black to defend with the two bishops. Although this king is not, it's not clear exactly where the king's going to reside, but it doesn't look like it's going to be under big attack and might even live on the e2 square for a while. But this king is going to definitely come under fire. White can find lines for his pieces, but it's not clear like this, just put your finger on it and it's over. And Levant will have to assess this position. This is where you could win a game. And remember, we talked about him having this novelty against Magnus, and it was an exchange sacrifice that he essayed against Magnus and famously won that game in their recent battle in Norway, I believe it was. Brilliant game. Absolutely one of the greatest games you'll ever see, the way he took down the world champion. So we will see if he tries that again today. This exchange sack, he's not going to shy away from it. He's going to look at it. If it's equal, he'll play it because he doesn't mind giving away material for dynamic play.
One difference between what Maurice was looking at and what you were looking at is that knight takes f3, you hadn't inserted that.
No, I had not.
So was there a reason why it was bad?
Well, probably I should have, because knight g5 turns out to be pretty good.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. So that exchange actually would make it even less dangerous for white, but still very interesting indeed.
Well, let's go still around the horn. We have two more games to look at. Five-time world champion Vishy Anand up against Hikaru Nakamura. We had, again, another king-pawn opening, and this time of Berlin. And d2, d3 was quickly played by Vishy, and the players are going through what has become the standard theory these days. Bishop g5, bishop h4. Now, in the world championship match, it was bishop e7, I believe, that Sergei Karyakin played. Pardon me. Yes, Sergei Karyakin played against Magnus. Rook e8 was Hikaru's choice. Knight d2, bishop e7, and they got a position very similar to the games played in the World Championship match. This bishop on g3 makes a kind of woeful impression in my eyes. This pawn on e5 is going to be very well defended, and the bishop isn't going to be particularly well placed there. I see this as a pretty even position. Do you have any particular prejudice for either player? Would you prefer to play black or white, Jennifer?
If I had to pick a side, I'd play white because it reminds me, I don't really play the double king pawn as black myself, so I feel more at home in this type of position as white.
Okay.
But I do like the choice from Nakamura. You know, it's interesting to me that Nakamura, not in that same tender situation where he has to worry about his rating like Fabiano Caruana and Leslie So quite as much, for better or worse.
Right.
Obviously,
He's got to qualify from the World Cup.
From the World Cup or by wild card.
Right.
So Nakamura in a position where perhaps he can take more risks in the Sinquefield Cup than they can. What do you think about that? I mean, the fact that Fabi and Wesley are both currently number 2 and number 3. Do you think that that's going to make them take less risks, or do you think that could just backfire if they play anything but their best chess?
Well, exactly. I think a lot of the world's top players live in tyranny or the ELO rating, because you have to have the high rating to get the invitations. So everybody does have a great deal of concern about their rating, but in the case of Fabi and Wesley, that much more so. So I do think that they're on the edge about taking risks. I mean, they have to be very, very practical in their decisions, whereas basically Hikaru, the rest of the field, can swing for the fences and have as much fun as they want. They're in the Grand Chess Tour, is the point. And especially Peter Svidler, too, because Peter Svidler is the wild card choice by the organizers. He was invited here as the wild card.
And it's an all-Russian matchup for Peter Svidler and Sergei Karyakin today.
And let's get to their game, in fact. And again, we have another e4, e5 game. Not too many Sicilians thus far. E4, E5
Not too many
by
queen pawns
Peter Svidler.
either, right?
Peter Svidler.
If you love d4, if you're a d4 player, You're not getting any help from these guys. You're learning nothing about theory.
You're getting no joy. Again, Joko piano with C2, C3, knight F6, D2, D3. And the players very quickly have gotten to a well-rehearsed theoretical position. Everybody reading from the same hymn book here. Knight E7. The idea with this redeployment of the knight, I've always favored this redeployment as black, most especially. If you can get the knight over to G6 so that the C7 pawn can play a role in the fight for the center, I really think that black equalizes rather comfortably. D2, D4, knight E5, knight D2, and the players, again, are still deep in theory. No novelties thus far in this game. And let's get back to our key game between Fabi and Magnus.
Oh, I thought you were going to take us to the wild game. But
well,
no,
I will, but I just wanted to see how this developed. Maurice was mentioning that in the candidates tournament, Magnus had used Bishop E6 to defeat Peter Svidler in a very key game. He's come back to that same idea, and after the trade, black has accepted these double pawns. In return, this pawn on A5. Now, in that game, as I recall, Magnus did post up with his bishop, he did post his rook to B5, Maurice, and he got in the move D5. But Peter actually had some really good chances in that game, that candidates, and I think it was from London 2013 that game was played. How is the assessment of this position? We'll have to wait on that one. But my initial take is that Magnus will be satisfied that his clump of central pawns are controlling enough key squares that, well, he's happy with the outcome of the opening.
And we've got a lot of tweets coming in. I got to tell you, we've got one from Magnus Carlsen himself.
No
who
way.
Said that, he said that after the party, the Fashion and Just party yesterday, he played some cards to prepare for his first round game.
No way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what card game it was playing, but the backs of the cards all had the St. Louis Arch on him. So it's good to see Magnus very at home here in St. Louis. And he also mentioned that he's going to be playing.
Tweets.
Yeah, he's right there in front of Sante Fitness over at the Chase Hotel, which is hosting the players.
Okay.
And we also have a lot of tweets, of course, about this fascinating game, and a big crowd favorite, Levon Aronian. Daniel Wrench over at chess.com says, "Wow." This Aronian Nepo game. It's also a preview of a speed chess battle that they're going to be playing on chess.com. So he's excited about that. In our Spanish-speaking audience, we have Enzo Moria Tantavilsa, who says that Aronian innovando, que genio el armenio. So that my Spanish can understand. Aronian is a boss. And for those of you who are Spanish speakers, you're really in luck because you've got a Spanish broadcast here going on.
Alejandro and Yvette are doing a Spanish broadcast.
Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez and Yvette Garcia, not your wife Yvette,
yes.
are hosting the Spanish broadcast, which is really exciting. We've got a lot of Levon Aronian fans in the house. Bagramanian says that he's looking forward to Levon Aronian winning the Sinquefield Cup a second time. That's right, nobody's won the Sinquefield Cup twice.
Right.
But our four favorites, as we showed at the top of the show, our top four players by rating have won the last four. So chances are very high, I mean over 50%, that we're finally going to see a two-time champ.
Ooh, well, we'll see about that. We actually have to talk about who we think will be the favorites in this event. We'll have to see if our panel of experts can correctly predict the future. And this is the players' rosters once again with the FIDE as well as the universal rating system ranking of the players.
That's right. So you see we got Carlsen, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, and Fabiano Caruana, our last four Sinquefield Cup champions. And even with one round, we're going to really see who who's likely to potentially reclaim the title, especially since we have that head-to-head battle between Fabi and Magnus.
Right, and a quick question there for you, Jennifer. In the universal rating system, you see a much bigger gap between first and second place, Wesley So, than you do in the FIDE rating system. Is that because while Magnus hasn't been that dominant in the classical, he's certainly been dominant in the rapid and blitz?
That definitely makes sense. And note that Wesley So is not even number 2 in the URS system. So that's another reason why there's such a gap between them, because it was actually somebody else who was number 2. If you can bring that back up.
I think it was Fabi.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not sure, but yeah.
But we can pop that back up. But yes, of course, I mean, Magnus Carlsen absolutely dominant. Hikaru Nakamura, well, that of course makes sense.
Because of the blitz and rapid combination.
That's right. So once you factor in that, Carlsen and Nakamura are at the top of the hill. And completely sensible, and I would expect nothing else but MVL to be number 3.
Exactly.
And there he is.
Well, and again, just for our audience, the FIDE rating system that you're seeing is a calculation of the classical chess tournaments only, whereas the universal rating system, a system developed by Garry Kasparov, factors in all 3 disciplines.
Inspired by Gary, and I think also worked on by some top mathematicians.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So really exciting to compare those. Of course, in FIDE there are separate rapid and blitz systems. But back to this Sterling struggle.
Yeah.
After Bishop D7, it's
Bishop D7 and White to move.
Queen B3. It looks like from your board
Has been played.
Yes, in fact, it's quite a dramatic situation already, as Queen B3 in this position, Bishop to D7, Queen B3 was played. In fact, eyeballing this pawn a bit and instantly castles. Well, maybe not instantly, but enterprisingly, of course, and not after a long and deep think. He has castled, allowing the move Queen takes B7. We know the poison pawn on B7 is something that people often think about taking or not. In this situation, you have to really evaluate it as, of course, Queen takes on A3, Queen takes D7, and White might just find himself up a pawn, hitting the knight on C6. And will this be enough for Black? Doesn't seem like it. So Queen takes B7 is indeed a contentious move here, and it is a pawn sacrifice because that queen is not going to get trapped on the B7 square. So what does Nepo have in mind? I remember watching him play in Leuven, and he played so quickly. Any situation, he just played fast. And Anand would say, why is he playing so fast? I remember after one game he won, he said, he's playing fast, but he's playing bad moves. I don't understand. He just plays with such confidence. He has a lot of confidence as this young man from Russia, and with good reason. He's one of the best in the world. But at this level, he's not used to playing in these events. We'll see whether or not this is a real sacrifice. Will Levon go for it?
Well, thank you, Maurice. I'm looking at that move, Queen takes D7. You know me, I'm a pawn grubber, and I was thinking, what was I going to do against Rook D8, simply defending the bishop? But then the moment my eye noticed Queen A6, I go, uh-oh, I don't believe in the compensation anymore. Castles, just to show the audience, if Black doesn't go for the swap of bishops, but instead goes Rook D8, then Queen A6 not only defends the bishop, but attacks the queen and basically says, dude, I'm a pawn up. Show me your comp.
There's no bishop C. There's nothing here after
bishop takes C3. I'll trade queens, and I think I'll just start to redirect. Yeah.
You're still up a pawn after bishop takes C5. That's a problem.
And the beautiful part is actually this rook. The king on E1's perfectly safe. With the trade of queens, this rook is ready to swing across the fourth rank. So this certainly is not an attractive position for Black. Queen takes B7 is not only contentious, but looks really good, frankly. Nice preparation, I'm going to say, by Levon. And with Queen takes B7, I'm thinking he's won the opening battle.
Very exciting indeed. And Chris Bird, the international arbiter, says that E45, Knight F3, Knight C6 are the opening moves in 4 out of 5 games at the Sinquefield Cup, and that Aronian and Nepo apparently missed the memo. But I think for the audience, we're kind of glad.
Very happy.
We're glad that they did, because this is the game that's really keeping us on the edge of the seats in the first hour.
Exactly.
And the engines have agreed with you, Yaz, in this line, exactly the variation that you pointed out with Queen to A6. A very strong move leading to an advantage for White, and it's basically a dare on Nepo's part. There are no other variations that look serious to look at after Queen B7, the bishop on D7 just simply hanging, and no tactics on the C3 square. So we got to wonder what's up right now. Will Aronian make a claim as he tries to be the only player to ever win the Sinquefield Cup twice? Will he grab that pawn on B7 and say, what do you really have here?
It's my tournament, right?
It is my tournament.
You gotta open with a bang here at the Sinquefield Cup. We've got Grandmaster Eric Hansen, for those of you thinking of visiting, who's going to be over at the Kingside Diner. So you've got live commentary here,
right?
As well as, and I think Ben Feingold's joining him for some of the rounds as well.
All right. Well, indeed. And also, don't we have a number to take calls?
Well, a good timing, Yasser. It's right up there on the screen.
I see it now.
314-361-5465. Ask us a question. Let's multiple questions.
Yes.
Let us know where you're calling from and your question, and we'd be delighted. It can be about just chess in general or this tournament.
And the players or whatever you have.
Oh, I'm so excited!
Why,
the confessional booth, Yasser.
Yes.
Let's have the most important prediction of the round. Who's going to be the first player to use the confessional booth?
I'm going to shoot for Fabi.
Okay, I'm going to say a MVL.
Okay, and Maurice, you got to get in on this one. Who's going to be the first to make a confession?
I think I heard in my ear the producer say MVL, so I'll be cheating if that is the truth. But I'll go with MVL anyway, because
I'm the odd man out.
You know, he's someone who really doesn't mind using the confessional. We've seen in the past. He's someone who's very quick to go in there and just say something. He's also very lighthearted in the way he approaches life in general. So I don't think it'll be a problem for him to go into the confessional.
And for those who may not be familiar in our audience with the confessional booth, what's all that about, Jennifer?
Well, the confessional booth is a chance to use a soundproof booth to talk about your thoughts on the game, your innermost thoughts on the game, that of course would be against the rules.
While the game's in progress.
Yeah, it's against the rules to do that, to talk at all to your opponent except to offer a draw. But you can go into the confessional booth and make comments on the game and how you think you're doing. It's really an exciting opportunity for us to really get inside the heads of the players.
And has that been popular in the past? I know a few players do it, but a number of players just don't.
That's right. You won't see Vishianan going into the confessional booth. That's a bold prediction I'll make here for the Sinquefield Cup. Maybe if he's winning the tournament in the last round, but even then, I don't think I see it happening. I think that the thing with Vishy is if he's doing bad, he wouldn't want to use it, and if he's doing well, he would think it comes off as bragging.
Right.
So some of the players you're not going to see in there, but I think we'll see MVL, we'll see Fabi go in at some point. And Magnus will be in there at some point. It's really a great treat for us, no doubt.
Great. All right, so back to our games, and where would you like to go? Ladies' choice.
Let's check back in with Maxime and Wesley, since that's such a key battle here.
Okay. And again, the players have just been playing actually at a rather slow pace.
That's right.
A main line of the Joko piano. We've seen these ideas of A4 in the past associated also with the move Knight A3. The idea of Knight A3 is to drop back with a knight, support D4, as well as to play Knight E3. But Knight D2 was the choice of MVL, and after this move, I thought on the webcam, and I love the webcams of the players too, by the way. I really feel like I'm looking right, standing as a kibitzer by the side of the table and looking at the player. And we did see Bishop.
Yeah, pretty good
A7.
camera work, but still come to St. Louis, because The computer will be done. Will still be there when you come home. Just come out here for a couple days
and enjoy.
Because then you'll also get a good perspective of what it's like here and what the players experience. So then throughout the rest of the year, when you watch tournaments here, like the U.S. Championship or other events like the Match Series that we have, you can kind of really feel what it's like to be in the player's shoes. That's why I recommend coming out here.
Well, I think they're going to have to rename the Central West End, where the chess club is located, along with the World Chess Hall of Fame, like Grandmasterville or something, because just walking down the streets, looking into the shops and restaurants, I just see Grandmasters everywhere. It's like, it's amazing to just walk into a grocery shop and have Levon and Ronian, standing in line in front of you as he's getting his Evian waters. It's great.
That's absolutely right, Yasser. So be careful what you gossip about.
Right, exactly. Somebody's going to pick up on it.
But we do have a phone call from New York. Welcome to the show. Hey, you are our first caller from the 2017 Sinquefield Cup.
Jack Burdisco from upstate New York. You guys are doing a great job as usual. I'm extremely jealous that I'm not there, believe me. Well, first thing I want to apologize to Maurice. I never got a chance. I gave him a really hard time at Millionaire Chess 1, and I apologize, Maurice. You're still a good guy. But my question is, what are the qualifications to get into the Sinquefield Cup? And is there any thoughts about maybe expanding it to more than 10 players?
Thank you for your question, caller. I heard there was an apology in there, but the question was, what do you have to do to get invited into the Sinquefield Cup, and what do you think about expanding and allowing for qualifiers? Jen?
Well, the Sinquefield Cup is actually no longer a standalone event. It's part of the Grand Chess Tour, and players are invited to the Grand Chess Tour, and then they choose a couple tournaments that they can pass from. But the Sinquefield Cup is not its own event now, so it's rather the Grand Chess Tour that could expand.
And to qualify to the Grand Chess Tour, it's simply about merit. It's ratings, full stop. You just go down the top 9 rating list.
And then you also have some wild cards for some of the other events. Like famously, of course, we have the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, in which we'll have Gary Kasparov as a wild card.
For example. And in this event, of course, we have Peter Svidler as our wild card. And London Classic in the past, they have had Mickey Adams as their wild card.
You know who would be a great wild card for an upcoming event, Yasser? You'll never guess.
Very excitedly.
You're never going to guess who I'm going to say.
Hu Yifan.
Yes, Hu Yifan, of course, because she just won the Beal 2017 tournament ahead of so many extraordinary grandmasters. And that's one of the reasons I love wild cards, because you have a chance to invite, Gary Kasparov, which is the chess story of the year, really, that he's coming back into play, but also potentially somebody like Hu Yifan.
Yes, indeed. And I think most especially after her victory in Beal, she is very, very deserving of a wild card. And here we have a graphic of Gary Kasparov.
That's right. Witness the return of Gary Kasparov. I've been telling you should come out to St. Louis, see the Sinquefield Cup in person, or if you have a week and you need a couple weeks to make your plans, well, you're in even more luck, because that's going to be a real historic event, and you can come out and see it for free. I mean, you have to pay tickets to go to the games,
right,
but it's very inexpensive way to meet an absolute legend.
And your money, of course, is going to a very, very good, worthwhile effort here at the St. Louis Chess Club. And Queen takes B7. Levon spent some time on this move, Queen takes B7, but he has taken up the challenge that Ian gave him in capturing this pawn on B7. Let me just go back to that game as soon as I can find it. Oops, I think I've got the wrong game. Yes, I do. I have to go down. There it is. And Queen takes B7, the move that we have been talking about, was played, capturing the pawn and basically challenging black. If you capture the bishop, as Maurice has been pointing out, takes, leaves this knight on C6 on pre, and if the knight were to move, well, that pawn on E7 is another munch. I think the only thing that White has to concern himself a bit about is a possibility of bishop takes C3. In this particular case, the simple move rook D1 leaves both of black's minor pieces hanging, although that's not the end of the variation. Maurice may have some ideas here. Are there ideas here for black, Maurice?
Not any good ideas. This is,
Okay.
what are you doing? It's munch bunch. Here we go. Look at that H file for one. Black's pieces are hanging. White's king is the picture of security there on the E1 square, so that's not anything to worry about either. Black doesn't have any real play against the king, even though he's castled, and at any moment, that queen and rook combination on the H file could bear fruit. This does not look like real compensation. Remember, bishop to c4 in one move, bishop c4, suddenly white is fully developed, can move his king to the f1 square at any time, and this is simply insufficient compensation for black. And, oh, by the way, I might just win a piece off of you here as things are hanging everywhere. This is not a good line, and the best thing it looks like he can do is play rook d8, but that seems like some serious groveling going on after rook f d8, queen a6. Shuts it down. Bishop c3 we know does not work because of the trade on a5. What is he doing? And I'm looking at him now.
On the webcam, yeah.
And if you look at him sitting there thinking about his next move, unless there's a delay or something, no, it looks like he has not moved as yet. If we can see that on the webcam, he is still in thought in this position. If you sack a pawn on b7, you would assume that you were ready with your next move.
Yeah, there was a follow.
The fact that you're stopping here and analyzing deeply after your opponent said, okay, what if I take your pawn that you just handed to me?
Right.
It seems like a strange time to be stopping and wondering why someone can take a pawn that you just gave to them.
Yeah. And by the way, the look, the facial expression that Ian just gave wasn't one of the confidence there, as he's really trying to find some justification. Not only do you win a pawn, of course, the pawn on b7 is captured, but that just means that this pawn on c5 has become isolated and essentially undefendable. You have to use the pieces to defend it. And this move, queen a6,
that's the key move.
Is the key move, because the pawn on queen on a5 has to defend the pawn on c5. But we have a special caller.
Yeah, we've got a call from Estonia. Welcome to the show. Let us know your question. Our first international caller.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for accepting me. And I have a question about your thoughts on the separation between men's and women's grandmaster titles in chess.
Thank you for your call. Caller. The question is, why do we have separate titles for women's grandmasters and male grandmasters? Jen, take it away.
Well, I think that it's something that perhaps could be phased out in future years, because we do have over 30 women who hold the regular...
32, I think, is indeed the actual number.
32 and growing.
Yes, of course.
Players who hold the Grandmaster title. And because the
male
WGM title
yes.
is so close to the IM title, perhaps they could just make those qualifications a little more difficult, and then you could merge it with the IM title. So people from countries where the WGM title doesn't really raise any eyebrows could continue using it if they prefer. And then in a place like the United States, where WGM really kind of raises more questions than it answers, I think you could start merging and phasing that out.
Well,
so that would be my suggestion.
And of course, in the past, they had used the WGM title as a way of encouraging women to play and to be recognized for their outstanding play. But now, as you say, they're getting more and more male titles for female players. It's something that they may phase out.
That's right. It's frankly confusing, I think, to the media. And if the idea is to make a title that's going to make somebody sound more important and convey their mastery, and instead it makes people just kind of like say, like, what does that mean? And almost ask a negative line of questioning. I think it's no longer actually serving its purpose, which is to celebrate that it is difficult to get those ratings and those accomplishments.
Yes.
Even though it's not at that level, it's still something that most chess players can only aspire to. So we should be happy for that, and if it's making people feel bad or having people criticize them, it's no good anymore.
Right.
But I did want to also clarify something about our previous caller's question, that 3 of the spots actually for this year's Grand Chess Tour went to last year's winners. Of course, those players are also top rated.
Right.
They were Wesley So, who actually, it's just remarkable how big of a margin he won by. I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to equal that.
Right.
In
That
Grand
was
Chess
a
Tour.
record.
I mean, it might take another
result.
10 years of Grand Chess Tour to get such a massive margin of victory by Wesley, who won by like over 10 points, just crazy. And then Nakamura and Caruana also got in by virtue of the 2016 standings.
Where they were all first, second, and third.
Exactly. Well, yeah, we were talking about Grand Chess Tour points, but Fabiano Caruana, of course, with an even more impressive, actually just the best tournament history, the tournament result in history, I think, with Fabiano Caruana's 2014 Sinquefield Cup performance where he finished +7. Meanwhile, I was marking on Wesley So's overall finish in 2016.
On the Grand Chess Tour, yes.
Because if you think about his Sinquefield Cup victory, it was actually a modest margin of +2, but his tour margin
was fantastic. Winning the London Classic, winning the Sinquefield, doing well in the Blitz and Rapids events. He had his margin was just huge. We were talking before that Hikaru could potentially catch him. No, that 2016 was Wesley So, the year of Wesley So.
And it makes sense, of course, that the people who do well in the Grand Chess Tour also have among the top 9 ratings. Because if you do well in the Grand Chess Tour, then there's good chances your rating is going up that year.
Indeed, it is. All right. Well, let's go back to the game between Fabi and Magnus, and let's see what catch up with the players. We left it after the move knight b3. Not too many moves have been played. Queen c8 was essayed by Magnus, and queen e2. When I see the... I talk to my pieces, okay, and I ask them, where would you like to go? As black in this position, the queen on d8 needs to find a home. So I start to think, okay, I'm going to activate my queen by playing queen e8, queen g6, or maybe queen e8, queen h5, seeking an active position where my queen could post up. Magnus went with the move queen c8, and I can imagine that his follow-up, or perhaps his intended follow-up, is to post his queen on the b5 square. We'll be eyeballing the a5 pawn, maybe supporting d5, and just looking at the d3 pawn. After the move queen e2, same thoughts for white. Where is the queen? What is white's queen doing on e2? Where is it going? Well, in the idea of queen e2 may be that white wants to play the move d3, d4, put his queen on c4, where it could eyeball both the e6 as well as the a6 pawn. And maybe for that reason, Magnus was thinking to put his queen on b5 to take the sting, if you will, out of the move d3, d4.
If you had to pick a player to play in this position, you'd be white or black?
I like black.
All right.
I've always been one of those players that like controlling the center key squares. This clump of pawns on e5, e6, d6 control a lot of squares. And I also like the idea that this rook on f8 may one day, I'm a French defense player too, right? I always like sacrificing my rook on f3 in the French, just as Sicilian players long for the opportunity to sacrifice an exchange on c3. This rook on f8 may have something to say with this half-open f-file. So okay. I just think it's a little bit easier to play black. But that's not to say that he has an advantage. It's just a personal...
Right, and that's one of the reasons why when you're teaching intermediate players, they know the basic ideas and like the opening and some basic tactics. A lot of times you teach them not to make this capture bishop takes e6.
Right.
As a general rule, like obviously there's many exceptions, but that the counter play on the f-file and having that big center is often outweighing the fact that e6 is a weakness. So very interesting strategic struggle here.
And the battle of ideas, I love it.
I do, and the fun thing about this one is it's going to heat up just as the Levon Nepo game is kind of like fizzling out. We do have lots of great tweets, Christian Corella, and most of them are about that game, by the way, Veronia, and that is really fascinating our audience. our another player in the house who loves the Grunfeld, Christian Carilla. But even though he loves the Grunfeld, he can't take its side in this game. He says that Grunfeld players tend to wildly overestimate their compensation. Levon Aronian is clearly better. So if a Grunfeld aficionado is saying that, you know, and it's not good.
It's bad news.
Meanwhile, we have one dissenter actually here. We've got
Oh.
international master Lawrence Trent, who
Who
says
we're
that.
missing, by the way, Lawrence. You should be in St. Louis.
Yeah, we love to see Lawrence. He also always has something funny to say, something biting, no doubt. And he says that he's surprised by Levon's Queen B7. He thought that Bishop D3 followed by King E2, Rook A H1, and go ahead and mate the bloke.
Checkmate does end the game. Bishop D3, that's a cagey move because the move Bishop D3 is eyeballing Bishop takes G6 thanks to the queen on B3. The pawn on F7 is pinned.
Kind of, because there's also Bishop E6. Like, even if you played Bishop G6 in this position, I could play Bishop E6, and then you'd probably end up mating me in some line.
Yeah, well, I'll rip off with Bishop H7 check.
Oh, you just have Bishop H7 check, right, exactly.
But to Lawrence's point, if you could coax E7, E6 in return for the move Bishop D3, follow up with move King E2, well, let's put it this way. I would be terrified as black with these rooks being doubled on the H file. So the move E7, E6, I think in this case, had Levon played Bishop D3, Lawrence, I think you're almost forcing Bishop E6.
Maybe the idea here is Queen C2. Oh.
You got to defend A3.
Well, I was thinking, he wanted to play Bishop G6 or something, maybe.
And, you mean like this?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because if you take back Queen G6, I'm threatening
mate. Well,
I'm not really threatening mate is the problem, am I? Yeah, just as we said before, that Bishop on G7.
G7 is doing yeoman's work. Great defender. But Lawrence, you have a good point. I think that Bishop D3 definitely deserved consideration, and Levon didn't take
and
on
now
B7.
Queen B7, you were going to analyze.
Yeah. Take on B7. In this case, okay, after the trade, I'm a pawn up, but well.
I don't see a mate though. That's the problem. I'd rather take B7 with your line with Queen A6. If I'm not mating you, then why do I want to go in this incarnation?
Well, because you wanted a checkmate.
But then why is my queen on C6 and not on H7?
Right. Okay. But shout out to Lawrence. Lovely. Thank you for contributing. That had some appeal to me. Maurice, over to you. What do you got for us, my man?
Well, sharp lines there, of course. I'm looking back at this game with Magnus, and I got to tell you, it just seems so odd watching the Ruy Lopez get played this way. This is more of a modern twist, watching this knight end up on B3, allowing the center pawns that would have been somewhat anti-logical, or illogical, we'll just call it, to give black this kind of position back in the day. It's really interesting because it's almost as though they're waiting to see who's going to do what, right? This D4 break is a typical break in this position, but as you try to execute it, black is ready with this queen guarding the E6 point. So I have to say, yes, this kind of position is confusing for me with the great appeal it has for white, allowing this trade. In the Peter-Svidler game, Peter did not play, I mean, he ended up losing the game anyway, but he put his knight on C4 in that game so that this trade could not happen on the E6 square, and then he played with C3 and dropped his bishop back even to C2. Magnus ended up getting a fine game in that game anyway, but to see this other kind of play with bishop takes it at E6, and now we get to this position, it seems like white is being very cagey about the D4 break, but anytime he does it, it seems like black should be okay.
Yeah. Well, one of the modern ways of chess play amongst the top players that I'm seeing more and more is this cagey prophylaxis. It's like the players don't like to go and make a commitment early and then just follow their plan to a conclusion, but they're always looking for this move that keeps their options open. They don't go all in for an attack, for example, or playing only for a light square or dark square complex. They try to play prophylactically, and that game between Fabi and Magnus is a case in point. At the moment, neither player is revealing their cards. It's like they're just completing their development, and they're keeping all of their options open. Personally, I like it when the players are more declarative. They declare their intentions. They're like Lawrence Trent, Bishop D3. He's declared his intention. I like that because I understand that type of play. This very, very cagey, foxy way of playing Queen E2, little moves, and then taking advantage once the other guy has committed. That's what we're seeing more and more in the world's top players.
And we have a really interesting line suggested from one of our tweeters, Bagramian, who says that he suggests to move 13 after Queen B7.
Yes.
The unlucky 13th move of Knight to B8.
Knight B8.
With the idea, of course, that if Queen A8, we're
Well,
trapping.
We're defending the bishop with this move. We are stopping Queen A6. We're looking at Queen takes A3 as a possibility, and the point is the rook is poisoned because of Bishop C6. It's a move. There's no question that that's a move, and it may be even a decent move. But the problem is that as a human player, the move Knight C6 B8 is ugly.
So
it's just ugly.
Are you accusing our Twitterverse of using engine analysis?
No, not at all.
Of course, I mean, many people
say,
do that.
Of
Yeah.
course, and it may very well be the best move, but it's just that
it's a weirdie.
The human player. It's you want to develop your pieces, bring them forward off the back rank, and this backward step, this retreating step, Knight B8. Well, this isn't the way I play chess.
Yeah, absolutely. But Ian has been thinking for over 15 minutes here, so he is going deep into the tank, and we'll see what he comes up with. And as to the point of watching these games while also analyzing with an engine, I personally think that some people might find some value out of that, find some fun ideas that they couldn't find on their own. But it's always good to also, before you check that, take a look at it with your own eyes to make sure what you're thinking and practice your own analysis.
Oh, well, absolutely. The engine should be a tool, not a god, but a tool that you use to challenge yourself, challenge your ideas. You sit there and go, okay, if I were black in this position, I'd play the move Knight B8 because it stops Queen A6, it defends the bishop, it attacks the bishop on A3, and you could ask the engine if it thinks it's good. But again, they definitely don't use the engine as a god. Maurice.
Yes, and of course, just as a point, well, before we do that, let us see. It looks like MVL has indeed entered the confessional. Let's see what the Frenchman has to say.
So apparently we've come back to another game that is being played at the very moment because with quite a lot of subtleties actually, we came back to, we transposed to the game between Karyakin and Svidler. So, I wasn't sure before if he could deviate, and that's why I took some time to be sure I would get to this position or another position I knew about. But right now, of course, I'm still in my preparation. I still know more or less what I should do in the next few moves, so we'll see how it goes, but so far I'm quite happy.
Well, I must say that for a change, Tom, our producer, was right in his prediction that MBL was the first to confess. But I'm sorry, I missed a lot of the audio. What did he say, Jen?
He said he's pretty happy.
He's a happy
There's lots
camper.
of subtleties in this position, and obviously it's quite early on the game for
him to be so happy. Okay, so
it's quite early in the game it's quite a long time to just play 12 moves, don't you think?
Oh, without question. They've played it very, very slowly, and I would have expected, well, in blitz chess at least, that this position would have occurred quite quickly. With the last move, D3, D4, we have our tension in the center, as finally White's taken a little step forward, and in the meanwhile, Black has gotten his knight to G6. What was MVL saying? There were subtleties in the position that appealed to him? Again, I missed it all.
Yeah, I mean, he was being pretty vague, but
Okay.
yeah, that just they've
That
already
he was
had it.
happy.
Yeah, at the end he said that he was happy.
And
so.
Maurice, should he be happy, or why? I'm not really that big a fan of White's position.
It just looks like a position that they're playing there. And if he's not caught in theory, those two are great theoreticians. I guess I told you, he's a generally jolly guy. I mean, you say anything to him, he's always ready with some small joke, à la française, you could get that French humor. And so I don't think he's thrilled or not thrilled about the position. He'll tell you it's just the position. But back to this crazy game and this move knight b8, which is definitely sniffing of computer play. We have some clearly defined roles here on this broadcast. For starters, Jen, you're the marvelous host, keeping us all sane, making sure the ball is passed around the right way. Yasser, you're the resident expert grandmaster, strongest player here, because you are indeed a fine player, and still a fine player, but you used to really hit some people back in the day. You got your fine book about your games against the world champions and everything else that you have accomplished in your career, 4-time U.S. champion. Okay, I'm not going to just keep extolling your virtues. And I'm here as the computer guy. My real job is to make sure that the computer variations are keeping you guys honest and correct. I'm not here to be Yasser Seirawan. I'm here to be actually just the computer guy. If I can throw in a couple of opinions once in a while, I see some moves sometimes. At any rate, this move is definitely a computer move, and so I went into the computer and said, well, what's the deal with this line? I'm curious about why this move would be suggested. Well, for starters, the move queen takes a3. Oh, let me back up. The move knight to b8. The computer says this is actually not a good move, and the best response is the move knight to g5. How you like that? You retreat with your knight on one side. I advance with my knight on the other side of the board, setting up some intriguing variations. After queen takes a3, bishop c4, and the engine says this is co-cut busted. Wow. There's no more moves for black to be looking at because he's already down almost a rook. The mating attack is so ferocious about what's going to happen next. I wondered what would happen after bishop to c6, saving this bishop, attacking this queen, trying to get it out of the position. And the engine says, well, you're going to get mated. Actually, after knight takes on f7, like, really? Take the queen, knight h6, double check, king h8, and knight f5, and here comes the checkmate on the next move after bishop h6, then rook takes is mate. Knight f7, if you try to get rid of the knight, then simply queen takes e7, and this diagonal is all she wrote. You're dead, and the game is over. So that sacrifice on f7 is quite dangerous after bishop to c4. Another line to look at is bishop takes on c3, trying to give the king some air, and the cool rook b1. Just, no, don't worry about it. You're dead. We know you're not going anywhere. White's attack, this nexus of pieces, is so ferocious. By the way, the main point is that queen takes on a8 is the perpetual threat in the position. If you save yourself with something like bishop f6, for example, then yes, queen takes a8, and there's no more queen trap after bishop to c6 because bishop takes. And look at this cute mate here. If you play king up, then rook h7 is mate. And if you play rook takes, then you've just hung the square on b8, and that's all she wrote. Amazing lines that all work in White's favor. So don't play any funky moves like knight to b8. It already looks like a horrible looking move, and I don't think Nepomniachtchi is going to study that move too closely, as it looks so anti-positional and just playing for tricks, which all the tricks work in White's favor anyway. So a grandmaster of his caliber is not going to be satisfied with such a move to try to hold this position together.
Very nice, and Maurice and the computer smelled a rat, and that's one thing actually that players who are stronger, obviously, when they use their computer, they know what to look for.
Right.
So that's a skill you want to develop if you are working with an engine. Don't just blindly follow the engine analysis. Be critical.
Exactly.
Say what if this, what if that. But we do have a caller from Denmark, so lots of international calls today. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. My name is Rune. I'm calling you from Denmark, and I can see here on YouTube that we have more than 8,000 people watching the show. So that obviously means that you guys are doing an awesome job in promoting and popularizing chess. And I think we can go even further, so I want to ask you guys, what is the next
important step in popularizing our beloved game. Thank you very much, and shout out to my boys at Epping Skak in Denmark. Peace.
Thank you for the call. Lovely. Indeed, the show is very, very popular, but I think the caller was asking, what's the next step to bringing chess in even greater awareness? Maurice, you've been doing basically your career on this question.
Yes, well, there are some specific things I really want to see happen. Unfortunately, we could not do Millionaire Chess again this year because we lack sponsorship. So we need some sponsors to come out and sponsor spectacular events like a Millionaire Chess, like this one. See the prize money go up, up, up. That's what I want to see. Chess players rewarded for sure, and getting people to look over at us and saying, wait a minute, what's happening over there in the chess world? Of course, I'd like to also see the game speed up. As great as these classical games are, I'd like to see more rapid and blitz events. I think especially rapid, as blitz really is for the diehard chess fans who can follow games at that quick pace. But rapid, we could start to get more people like ESPN, traditional sports outlets interested in something that folks can follow, that we can do commentary on. I think the speeding up of the game is very critical to this effort, and it's great to see that someone like Garry Kasparov, who for a long time was very much in the classical camp only. I mean, he really fought for classical chess, and nobody's decrying classical chess, but he fought for that tooth and nail, and we took a while before we got an event like this one that he's going to make a comeback in. It's great to see that he has now put his stamp, his imprimatur on rapid and blitz. And someone like him coming back, there's going to be a lot of press that comes around. There's already a lot of press interest that is around Garry Kasparov making a comeback for this type of event. So more money and shorter time controls is what I'm vouching for.
I love it, Maurice, and I love your point about Garry too. Watch what he does, not what he says. Or in Gary's case, you can watch both because he usually has some pretty smart things to say. Just to add one thing I think would really help popularize the game, I love to see this gradual growth because it's so steady. But I also note that we still have such a majority of players, men, right? Like 80% in most tournaments, sometimes up to 90%. So if we start equalizing that, that will almost double our audience and our fan base.
Good point.
And one thing I notice is we have very few female callers. Sometimes I think there's a lot of women watching the show, but women tend not to be as aggressive about giving their opinions or asking their questions. So I would like to put out a challenge out there. If you're a woman and you're listening to this, next time you have a question or a comment, call us up, all right? And we do have another confession.
Oh.
So let's hear what Peter Svidler has to confess.
Peter.
First time for anything. Not something you can expect to hear me very often, but I'm not playing slowly enough today because Maxime and Wesley are very likely to reach the same position, but somehow they will get there later than we will, which means I have to make my own decisions, and that's always very regrettable. Yeah, we'll see what transpires, but I should have contrived to play even slower somehow. Not much to do now.
All right, that was Peter Svidler, and again, my audio wasn't so good. What was he saying? It had to do with his rate of play.
Well, he's talking about the fact that they have twin positions on their games, which is something that we had overlooked, guys. I'm not sure if you had talked about it too much. This position here, Maxime and Wesley are playing this position, and if you go from this one and go to the other game, if I switch over, you see there, Peter is leading the charge in this position with the move b5, and essentially Wesley can steal his moves. Or he could steal Wesley's moves. So if he played slow enough, he could say, what did you discover in your game that should be played right here, and then I'll follow behind that. What a weird joke to make, though. I mean, why would you necessarily want to copy the other guy's moves? If you look at the position and you like what you see, then there's really no reason to follow his moves, especially if his move sucks. I mean, you're not going to wait around to see if his move fails in the long run. So he's making this I think he's saying this tongue-in-cheek, that he should slow down so that the other guy can make a move. It's not like they're in a team competition or something like that to see what happens. But these Ruy Lopez's, I mean, they're so similar. They cross over and resemble each other. And we're seeing all these positions that are all Rui's right now against this in this round. This is the Ruy Lopez round, except for that game with Levon and Nepomniachtchi. By the way, Levon and Nepomniachtchi, Queen B7, I'm still mystified. How do you castle giving away the B pawn, daring the guy to take it, and when he finally sits and says, why can't I take it, then you go into a giant think about the fact that you're now down a pawn. Meaning maybe he saw a variation that was crystal clear that refuted this, except when the position appeared on the board, the clarity went out the window, and suddenly he realizes, hey, wait a minute, my variation is wrong. And I mean, that's the only explanation to me. He saw something that looked very clear until queen takes b7 appeared on the board. I mean, he's making faces galore right now, and he's been in a long think. At the moment you just lost a pawn, wow. I mean, that is a serious, severe thing to have happen to you in a game. You just go down a pawn and not know what to do.
Indeed. The follow-up has not been great to Castle's queen takes b7, and Ian definitely on the back foot in this game. To the caller's question, by the way, I appreciate what you were saying there, Maurice, about, speeding up the game and having more action, and also, Jen, be more expansive, be more inclusive, get more women into the game. For me, it's always been about the World Championship cycle, the World Championship match, and the aspiration to the throne. And to my way of thinking, I really, truly despise the World Championship cycle. I think it's all wrong. I hate this grand, they have those tournaments, the FIDE tournaments to qualify to. They have the World Cup, they have ratings, they have the world champions sitting back and waiting for a challenger to emerge every 2 years. I'm with Magnus on this one. Magnus has called for an improvement of the cycle. Hu Yifan has declared that she's no longer going to be in the women's world championship cycle, and I think FIDE has made a total cock-up, a complete mess of the World Championship. And I think that if chess is going to leap forward and become more a game that is watched on mainstream media, they have to improve the cycle.
And we are going to take a quick break as we take a look at the stunning opening ceremony that was held in collaboration with the St. Louis Fashion Fund here in St. Louis.
Thank you for joining us for the opening ceremony for the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, as well as Pinned, a designer chess challenge.
It's a real honor to be here tonight. I feel very at home as a former fashion model myself. Is that funny? I mean,
The fashion district in St. Louis used to be the second largest in the nation, and we're thrilled to have the St. Louis Fashion Fund located right next door.
Thank you to the Chess Campus for collaborating on this incredible design challenge. Each team was made up of one St. Louis Fashion Incubator designer and one chess grandmaster.
Now, I don't know which dress is going to win, but I do want to say to all of our grandmasters playing in this tournament, you will not have to wear it.
The winner of the pinned design challenge is Audra.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. G5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think E5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Hello, and we are back at the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where it looks like Nepo has gotten out of the tank and finally made a move after 47 minutes of deep thought, and he's played rook on f to d8.
Yeah, that's a very long thing. He sacrificed his pawn on b7 rather confidently, and then, as you were saying, 47 minutes to find this move, rook on f8 to d8. We had been talking about queen takes a3, queen takes d7, bishop takes c3, rook d1 as a boomerang, in a very good position for white, and hence that 47-minute think produced the move rook d8, simply defending the bishop on b7. But now we've been anticipating queen b7 a6 and not seeing anywhere close to the compensation that black needs for this pawn. Because the problem is it's not just the pawn on b7, but as mentioned before, it's also the pawn on c5. That requires protection, and after this move queen a6, seeking to trade queens, there's a big worry from black's perspective that he's going to go 2 pawns down, not just 1.
That would be pretty devastating indeed. So let's take a look also as we keep a close eye on this game and we wait for the queen a6 idea, which is so logical, isn't it? You know, you're down in development, your king doesn't have a safe home, so you want to trade queens. It really goes to the basic principles of chess.
Absolutely.
And let's take a look at our real marquee matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, the first 2 champions ever of the Sinquefield Cup facing off.
And we've just seen this move, knight d4. We left the game just around these parts. White had just played the move queen e2. We've been talking about neither player making a committed effort in the position thus far. Knight d8, that was a big move. That is definitely a committing move by Magnus, because if he could follow that up instantly with the move c7, c5, then black would have a big grip on the center thanks to the double pawns, and white was forced to play the move d4, a move he wanted anyway, as it does open up white's queen on e2.
And he played that move immediately.
Yes.
And now after
captures.
d4, knight b takes d4.
Now we saw the move c7, c5, just asking the knight what it wants to do. Tactics with e4, e5 did not seem to favor Fabi, so he dropped back with his knight. And now the move e6, e5, just clamping down on the center. At first blush, I want to say, you sit there and go, ooh, this is nice for white. This bishop on e7 is a passive bishop. Good things can happen for white. However, Magnus had a deeper point. After white has established his knight on c4, something very, very nice, knight d4, black's getting his own play in the center with this move, knight d4. I'm sure the follow-up idea, knight takes d4, c5 takes d4, the bishop on e7 may be passive, but actually it's defending a very important pawn on d6. Black has the square c5 potentially for his queen or even for his knight, and I'm thinking that this pawn on c2 also, white has to be aware that this pawn on c2, a backward pawn, could be a future target. So
not to mention tactics like knight takes c4 immediately.
Knight takes c4.
Taking advantage of the overworked white queen.
Exactly.
Of course, it is white's move in this position.
You probably will play b3 to avoid that threat. But again, I feel that black has comfortable play. I'm not saying that black has an advantage or anything like that. No, 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 no. White has his trumps as well. But I do think that black, Magnus is going to be pleased with the outcome of the opening at least. And to you, Maurice.
Yes, after all that thought, Nepo went into this line, and now he's in dire straits. Gifted a pawn under bad conditions, and he's just going to lose a pawn in this game after queen takes a5. Well, let's just go back here. This was a critical position where he spent so much time on. He played rook fd8, followed this line, queen a6, takes, and now simply bishop c5. Levon says, show me. That's a pawn in my pocket. Why do you have anything at all? And to see him forcibly go into this variation, into an endgame where he's simply down a pawn, I'm mystified. I'm just mystified.
Well, I think it really was great opening preparation. I mean, you tell me a game where you saw in the Grunfeld white playing rook h1 to h4 to trap a queen on the queen side, and I'll say, wow, my hat's off to you for that.
But seriously,
so it was
come on, let's be real.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, bishop a3 and rook h4, very original ideas. But in that position, you don't have to give away your b7 pawn.
No.
You just don't have to.
Right.
Worst case, you could defend it. Right here, there is nothing wrong with playing rook to b8. Just if you're going to guard the pawn, just guard the pawn so you can make another move. This move, I mean, I know you don't want to put your rook in a passive position and be guarding pawns, but if the pawn's actually hanging, it's actually hanging. So you have to do something about it. You don't want to drop back queen c7 and drop this pawn. But to castle, which trades wasn't necessary, wasn't forced, but he did it anyway. But allows this move, queen takes b7. You must have something in mind. And I got to go back and say it wasn't necessarily opening preparation, which was clearly creative on Levon's part playing rook h4, but that he just simply dropped the pawn on b7 thinking that there was something here. I think he thought maybe bishop c3 work or that something worked that allowed him to be able to play like this. And then when he got there, he realized that there was a hole in his analysis. Maybe we'll get a chance to ask him this question. But there's no way a guy who's this high rated doesn't see his pawn hanging on b7 and then walks into a line and then it's just lost or you're just losing a pawn. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, I think you're right there, Maurice, that he saw something when he made the move bishop d7. He saw a line of play that he thought was fine for him, realized it wasn't. But we have another caller, this time from California. Hello and welcome to our show.
Oh, hello. How are you doing? I'm Andre, and I'm calling from California.
Welcome, Andre.
So my question is, so I play the Banco Gambit as white, and I have a terrible score in it. And I always play the mainline Banco. And I was wondering if there was any sidelines that you can recommend to me that are maybe not as sharp as the Banco, because I know the Banco a lot of times black gets a lot of pressure on the queen side. I was wondering if you could recommend maybe like a dual sideline that white doesn't really have an advantage in, but he's not worse in, and I can just kind of play a quiet game of chess. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for the question. The question was about the Banco Gambit, that on the white side, when he's playing white and his opponent's playing the Banco Gambit, he has a terrible score. What advice would you recommend there, Jen?
No, I'm throwing that one to you, Jen.
Well, I was going to say.
You're great at that kind of thing, aren't you?
Well, I enjoy playing against the Banco Gambit, but in my view, the Banco Gambit is a really good weapon, especially at the amateur levels, because you gain the initiative, and it's a long-term strategic initiative. My recommendation is after d4, knight f6, c4, c5, just play knight f3. Don't go into the gambit, especially if your opponent has a big reputation for wanting to play the Banco Gambit against you. You don't have to be so compliant.
I thought you were going to recommend just c4, knight f3 on move on.
Well, we understand the English is the best move order. We've got to be clear about that. But if you are going to play d4 and knight f6 and meet that with c4, just play knight f3 on move 3. What's going on in those two twin games, Maurice? Peter Spidler was mentioning that his game and the game with MVL, the four players were following one another. What differences has occurred, Maurice?
Well, they've left each other's paths now on different roads entirely. This move, b5, had its own character, definitely challenging white on this side and preparing to bring the bishop to b7. And Karyakin played the move b4. This one very committal, the pawn structure in this game, and it just looks like space and a regular Ruy Lopez. Nothing really that dramatic happening here. In the other game with Wesley and MVL, this one, Wesley decided he didn't want to see the move b5. He didn't want to play that way, and even in the line itself. So here he doesn't go for b5. He played bishop to d7, and after a5, allowing this, he played c6. It just moves. Does seem weakening of the square on b6. He also, it's going to be very difficult for him to pull off the move d5 as well. So I think that Peter's path of b5 was probably more in the spirit of this kind of Ruy Lopez. But it looks like Wesley's just playing a position again there, and definitely in the Ruy Lopez, this bishop on d7, c6 combo, it doesn't look as great. That said, Svidler made the point. Maybe he should have been playing slower. then if Wesley loses this game, then Svidler will say, okay, fine, I did what I do in the Ruy Lopez. And you see him in this line. He's a specialist. This is what Peter Svidler is known for. So it might have been good for Wesley to copy this great Spanish theoretician. In Spanish meaning the Ruy Lopez also being called the Spanish opening as well.
And six-time Russian champion at that. But we have Grandmaster Christian Chirilla to give us an instructional moment.
Thanks, guys. I do want to talk about the opening phase of one of the most important games of the round, Aronian versus Nepomniachtchi. Aronian, he's one of the best prepared players in the world, arguably the best at the moment, and he proves it right now. At the beginning, he played the move knight to f3. We know that he's usually a d4 player. So as early as move number 1, he already surprised his opponent. Knight to f6 was played, c4. Now, if black would choose to go into the Grunfeld with g6, knight to c3, d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, and the theory in this position is very, very complicated. It goes a long way, 20, 25 moves. Black definitely didn't want to go into these lines. Instead of that, he played the move c5, knight to c3, d5, still trying to get a Grunfeld structure. C takes d5, knight takes d5, e3. Now, a very important juncture in the position. If you play the move g6, after queen b3, you're already in huge trouble. Knight takes e3, queen takes e3, and we see the action of the queen on the long diagonal. Bishop g7 is no longer on the board. You have to play an awkward move such as f6, and white is clearly better. Instead of that, Nepomniachtchi took on c3 first, b takes c3, g6, we get the Grunfeld structure, but my pawn is still on d2. I'm not forced to play d4 yet. So instead of that, h4 was immediately played. And I believe this is where Nepomniachtchi is going to make adjustments for next game, because in my opinion, h6 is the right move to prepare the move g5 after h5. It's very important that the knight is on f3 and not on g1. With the knight on g1, I would have the extra option of playing knight to h3 and then challenge the structure on the king side with the move f4. With the knight on f3, you do not have that option. Black's position is perfectly playable. Instead of that, he played the move bishop to g7, h5, knight to c6. I have to mention, Nepomniachtchi already had this position in 2014 against Peter Svidler, I believe. Bishop to a3 came immediately on the board. Queen to a5, rook to h4, bishop d7, queen to b3, once again asking questions. What are you going to do about the weakness on b7? Probably the best move in the position would have been queen to b6, but we know Grunfeld players don't like to retreat. Instead, castle was played immediately, and after queen to b7, black found himself in huge, huge trouble. Once again, I want to emphasize how strong Aronian is at outfoxing these top players in the opening. This is his biggest strength, and I expect him to win this game.
Thank you, Christian, making an early call and a good one in my view as well. Maurice.
And it's going from bad to worse in that game, as in this position, seeking some activity. Nepomniachtchi played the move bishop to e6, and this turns out to be not a good move, as Aronian has continued in forceful style with the move bishop to b5, asking yet another question. Hey, I like that pawn on e7. That looks like I'm going to munch on this one as well. How do you defend it? Your knight's under attack. It's the only thing defending the pawn on e7, and he's just going to take it at his leisure. If you defend this knight directly, then simply takes, up a pawn, threatening bishop f6. You have to be careful about mate all of a sudden. Oh, by the way, your rook's hanging. You're going to play something like rook to d5 just to stop mate. You're down 2 pawns, by the way. So this move, bishop to b5, is already full crisis. He's up a pawn. and maybe trying to consolidate was Levon, but Nepomniachtchi is giving him a chance to not just consolidate, but to continue milking that gravy train. Incredible. We're only at move 17. The game just started, and already with his preparation, as Christian mentioned, he has already stolen a pawn in the opening and looking for a second one. The move 95 is now on the board, but his pieces are starting to become a little bit loose and discombobulated. There's a big reply, knight d4 in the position. Now saving this knight, not trading the knight off, looking at this bishop on e6 and the e7 pawn again. This looks woeful. This just looks absolutely lost right now. What Nepomniachtchi has done in this game, starting off in the very first round, is going to be one here in St. Louis for the first time that he's going to want to forget.
Not an auspicious beginning at all, but we have another caller, this time from New Jersey.
My neck of the woods. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. Thank you so much for everything that you do, by the way. I appreciate it. I'm a middle-aged chess player. I am a positional style, and I've done well, reasonably well with that. About 2,000 USPF. And my question is it possible to change your chess style in midlife? I'm 45. And if so, what's the best way of doing that? And do you need to change your openings as well? And I would like all three of you to answer that because you all have very different styles. I've looked at all your games on the chess-based database, and they're very different styles of playing. And I would love to hear all three of your answers to that question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. So the caller is asking about changing his style at later in his life, and what would be the best way to do that?
Well, I think that it's a really interesting question because there's different ways to interpret it. Can you change your style if you consciously decide to play in a different way? I think you can. But even more difficult question to answer is, can you change it and be as successful or more successful with that style than the one that you grew up with?
Exactly.
And that one, I'd say, usually no, but if you have that determination and you're going to put extra work into it, yeah, so hopefully you have either a flexible job or you have lots of time to give to chess in the evenings after you're done your work. And then I think if you really put your mind to it and you try to economize your study time, so you try to do a lot of active studying, make sure that even when you're doing something like watching the Sinquefield Cup, you're taking the style of the player that you want to switch to. If you play really positionally and you want to play more aggressively, you start looking at more aggressive players and you guess their moves. That would be a great way to do it. And you might want to model after MVL, for instance.
Very good.
Which player would you pick if you want to switch?
Well, you guys do so much coaching and working with students. I would like to get you first. You second. Sorry, Maurice.
Well, it feels like you have a little idea of your own, Yas. No. You want us to go first and commit. but that's okay. I'm willing to do that.
Prophylaxis and the commentary suddenly is creeping up.
Yes. Well, look, I have very clear opinion on style. I mean, players play according to their personalities. You do what makes you feel comfortable on the chessboard, and it's similar to what you do in life. I mean, it's often you see that is very consistent with the way people play. So I had a sort of cheeky response, which was, if you want to change your style, change your personality. But if you're going to go into the dangerous waters of being a positional player and then play as a tactician, this is usually the opposite of the direction it goes in. Usually you'll find that players who are tacticians early in life slow down in middle age and start to play more positional chess, more endgame chess, because the burning of the bridges that they play early in their careers, they don't have the energy for as their career starts, let's not call them the downward slope, but
tapering.
They age a little bit, you know, the energy level is not the same. And that's normally and typically what happens. You don't even have to worry about changing your style because that's going to generally happen anyway. Now, to go from positional to sharp, that's a complete, different direction, 180 that's not easy to execute. And I think that you'll find yourself with your hands full trying to make that particular change. I wouldn't even honestly recommend it myself for someone who's positional to start trying to completely change your style into someone who's a lot more sharp. But if you are going to try to do it, then I would heavily recommend something very simple to do is to go over the games of the great players of the past who are very sharp and to follow in their footsteps. You've got many examples to choose from. You've got your Mikhail Tal just jumps to mind, my favorite player in history, Alexander Olyekin, Garry Kasparov, and many other players who are sharp tacticians, and you'll see the kind of openings they play. I would go into a deep study of their games. Get the game collections out, and go into a very profound study of their game. See how they use the initiative. See what kind of openings they prefer to use. You're going to find a lot of Sicilians, a lot of Kings Indians, even some Benkos and Benonis, which are maybe not being used frequently at this level right now. But that's where you start. Let the great players guide you.
Thank you. Very, very clear. In my own experience, of course, and I think I mimic many other players. Of course, when I started playing chess, I was thinking in terms of tactics. So all the young players out there who are tactically gifted, tactically minded, well, you're walking on a well-trodden path. And later, when you start to discover you're not as successful as you once were, you started to change. You changed your openings. You became more positional. You had other thoughts that were guiding your moves. So for me, the only reason I would ever change my style if I wasn't satisfied with the successes I was having in my openings. If you're winning all your games with one E, is his prediction.
The favorites are So and Carlsen. So and Carlsen.
There you go.
So they're
the Grand Chess Tour winner of 2016 and the Grand Chess Tour leader of 2017.
Yeah, I mean,
who would have thunked it?
The world champion, the #1 and #2 players. You do a lot of math and you come up with these guys are the most likely to win. But to be fair, there's really a lot of fascinating details there, and it gives you a good sense of what how you can look beyond just rating and predicting. Also, he said that he's actually going to update this every round. So I have a good feeling
based on the results and things like that.
Yeah, well, after this round, I mean, we might have Ivan Aronian as a front runner. I mean, today so far, nobody has taken an advantage yet in the game, and it does look like Ivan is headed towards potentially the first victory of this Sinquefield Cup.
He's definitely cruising. The game that had my attention, of course, was between Fabi and Magnus. When we had left it, we just saw this move, knight d4 by the world champion, forcing the trade of knights. Knight takes d4, c5 takes d4 was played. And now, you were mentioning, Jennifer, that knight takes e4 was on tap for black. I had expected white to maintain this beautiful knight on c4 with the move b3. Fabi actually had a different take. He jumped to the square b6, queen e4, and he wants to play knight versus bishop, a trade that Maurice loves to talk about. White is prepared to give up his dark square bishop in order to get the light squares, and conversely, Magnus said, fine, I'll take the dark squares, you're invited to take the light squares. Bishop takes f6 was played, and I think we're up to date with the players now.
So this is an interesting situation.
More moves has been played. Well, rook takes f6 has been played.
So there's no time
Maurice,
for...
I'll turn it over to you, because you love to talk about the trade and why that's so significant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this position, he's simply not going to allow that trade to take place because the light squares would just blow up. But incredible moment in the game, or at least, let's not call it incredible, but at least a notable moment in the game. This move, bishop takes b6, this could look like a blunder if bishop takes g7 could have been played and maybe grab this bishop on the next move. This was a critical line that both players had to look at, and you can be sure they looked at this move, and then they decided to discard it because Magnus had found the refutation, d3, coming out of his pocket. This one hitting the pawn on F2. Critically, of course, he's attacking the queen, but hitting the pawn on F2 so that he could save his bishop and then pocket your bishop. But the line continues. Queen G4, saving the queen and now looking for a brutal discovery somewhere, leading to a king hunt. But after bishop takes F2, check, king H1, the super solid rook F4, taking the rook out of the guise of his bishop, but more importantly, challenging the queen to maintain his defense of this bishop. And after queen H5, bishop to H4, saving the queen, and now there's no simple construction to create any kind of threats. Queen H6 would be forced, and now bishop takes on E1 with a mate threat on F6, and all of this is happening way too fast for white to generate any attack anymore against the black king. So this line they certainly looked at and said, okay, you can't do that. Both of them knew that at this moment and decided after bishop takes on B6 to play the immediate pawn takes, and then after rook takes on A6, excuse me, and now the move A6, creating luft in this new position. If he had taken on B6, it's actually a playable idea, but he'd have to look at this variation of queen to C4 with check, and his king has to either move this way or he has to bring his rook back to F7 because of the mating problem on the C8 square. So he decided instead he didn't want to see any of that. And after, let's go back here, rook takes A6. He said, I have time to make luft so my king can hang out on the square because your pawn on B6 is not going anywhere. I'll just simply take it on the next move. And this position is equalizing itself quite rapidly as white does not have any sort of edge for Magnus to worry about. And you see the two body language of the players here. It's Fabi who's deep in thought trying to figure out what to do next as he has no edge at all. And Magnus, hey, I'm cool. No problems. This looks like black has simply equalized. And look at that, plenty of time on the clock. So quickly getting to this end game where there's nothing here for white.
Major piece ending with rooks and queens and equal pawns. That game seems to be fizzling towards a draw. Back to the game that had our attention basically from the start, Levon versus Ian. Levon has just played this very nice move, knight d4, move mentioned by Maurice. The knight is beautifully placed in the center of the board on the d4 square.
It's funny because you asked me at the very beginning of the game, what are the advantages to not playing the Grunfeld with 1d4?
Right.
But rather playing against it with the pawn still on d2. And here we see it.
We just discovered the square d4 is not occupied by a pawn. And the knight on d4 looks really good because it, first of all, it blocks the d file where black's bishop on a5 and rook on d8 were coordinating against the d2 pawn. Secondly, the pawn on e7 is now well and truly in capture. Bishop takes e7 followed by bishop f6, sets up a mating net. And third, and also not so unimportantly, the knight hits the bishop on e6. So you've got material and initiative here for white. White's in cruise control. One curious variation that I was looking at, and I didn't quite see it myself. I was thinking, why on earth, Maurice hadn't mentioned this, why on earth didn't white just capture this pawn, and after knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, go bishop f6, setting up the mating threat, and discover attack as you like. It's mate. You go rook takes, check, king,
I guess there's
f1.
rook d5 and rook h5.
Rook d5 and rook h5. I finally came to that, but then I finally saw another one.
There's an even better one?
Yeah, there was even a better one. I finally saw rook d5, rook h5.
Rook d4?
Rook d4.
Yeah, that's easier.
I mean, but I was, you know, when you put your opponent in a double, a discovered check situation, you're doing it to win material.
Not
to trade pieces.
Yeah, right.
So I was looking at rook but rook d4, and this was not as good a choice as the one Levon made. Knight d4 is excellent, excellent. Maurice.
Well, I agree with you. Knight d4, and this is all over but the
Is
crying.
there any move?
There's nothing. There's zero, there's zilch. It's just,
bad.
This is over. He could almost resign. That's how bad it is. He could simply resign. 18 moves in this position. Levon has had a spectacular year, winning the Grenke Classic, winning Norway, and he's the one everybody's saying is playing the best classical chess of anyone right now. He's simply playing awesome, relaxed, and look at him there. He knows he's got this one in the bag. The most dangerous player in the world. You know, they trade positions as who's the one to watch right now, and we didn't pick who we thought was going to win this tournament yet. And maybe we're cheating a little bit now because this guy's been on such an upward trend, and consistently so. Before, remember when it was Fabi we thought was I think it was first MVL who was doing great. It was Fabi who was doing fantastically well, and he handed off the ball to Wesley maybe. I think there's somebody in between, I'm forgetting. But Wesley was the dominant force in classical chess, and actually even in all forms, playing really well. Now it's Levon. And as Gary Kasparov famously said, all is good with the world when Levon Laronian is playing great chess. And he's the one now who's looking like a star. He's defeated Magnus twice in this year already and showing everybody that he is playing refreshed chess. Maybe he didn't do so great in Rapid and Blitz, but give him some time to think about the position and get his nuanced preparation on you, then you're in his clutches, and it's goodbye when this guy is confident. Remember, he was once 28-30.
Right.
He was the clear number two in the world. He is making that claim now, making a 27-90 player look really like a potser. I mean, he really just handed him 2 pawns. Yeah. This is Jan Nepomniachtchi we're talking about. This guy is a tremendous player, just 2 pawns down right out of the opening. Astonishing to see that just simple advantage like this. Levon is really making it look easy.
That's right, and we see Nepomniachtchi now in really a devastated, tightly wound at the table, as the New Yorker says, which just did a fascinating feature on Levon Aronian.
I read the piece. It was wonderful.
Yeah, a beautiful piece on Levon, and of course, growing up in Armenia, and actually his first coach being our own grandmaster now, Melekset Kachian, who now lives in Los Angeles.
Right.
So he wrote about that. But one thing I really liked, they said that while other players are so stressed out at the board, it looks like Levon Aronian is awaiting his old-fashioned.
Yeah, he's going to a picnic. Well, we were delighted to have dinner with him last night. I certainly hope I'm not spilling the beans here, because he had announced that he's engaged to Ariana. And they're planning their wedding for September 30th. So maybe it's the newlywed honeymoon effect that is having, because he's definitely having, Levon is having a great 2017.
Well, he's not married yet.
No, but it's...
they've been together for a while.
No, but I'm saying that the engagement has now chosen a date.
Setting the date in stone is putting that pressure on him to perhaps...
Or lifted.
Yes, but whatever it is, knowing that he has such a wonderful woman.
It's working.
It's a good thing, indeed. And so a great year for Levon, both on the board and off the board. But we are very excited about this year's Sinquefield Cup, partly because we might see a two-time champion for the first time in this tournament's history. And, you know, it's kind of crazy to think we're only in year 5 because this tournament is so storied already.
Exactly. Truly.
That's right. And we have the man behind the Sinquefield Cup and the president and founder of the chess club, Rex Sinquefield, with Maurice.
Indeed, Rex Sinquefield, without whom American chess would simply, I don't even know where it would be, to be honest. I try to conceive of what it would have been like. Now we're in a completely different universe thanks to Rex's contribution and Rex and Jeannie's contribution. Rex, welcome to the show. We're back at the Sinquefield Cup again, and you must pinch yourself every time you see this event come back and you see all these great players walking into this club.
I go through serious withdrawal when they all leave town. You know, I love it when the great players are here. The U.S. Championship, Sinquefield Cup, and Rapid and Blitz. It's a wonderful town. You can feel it outside the building here. You know, go outside, there's a buzz among the crowd. And in the crowd, there's a lot of people upstairs. But I understand that because they're watching the 3 greatest commentators of any sport in the world.
Well, we appreciate that kindness. But it's easy to call these games when you have all these great players. And it seems like the Sinquefield Cup has become not only an institution of the summer here, we have this great summer of chess in St. Louis, but for the city at large. We saw the county executive come out yesterday for the opening ceremony. The Mayor Slay used to be a great supporter, and he's no longer the mayor, but he was always a great supporter of this event. It seems like St. Louis, on a broader scale, is benefiting from the presence of chess in this town.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You know, it's not just the political figures. As everyone knows, Mike Matheny is very active in working with the chess club, doing ads for us.
He's the baseball coach.
The manager of the St. Louis Cardinals and future World Series champions, 2017. I don't know who they're going to defeat. Probably the Yankees, but we'll see about that.
I think out of the division first. I don't think they even have a 500 record. You shouldn't be bragging about your baseball team right now.
This is too esoteric for the world audience. But no, it's a wonderful thing. There's a lot of amazing electricity and chemistry in the city. And you're right, we had Steve Stenger last night, the county executive. And I think in future events, we'll get the governor of Missouri. He's made clear he wants to attend. Unlike the last governor, who not only didn't attend, but never returned our phone calls. And that is for the record.
I'm not going to get into politics with you right here, especially not Missouri politics. But you must be thrilled, beyond thrilled, to know that Gary Kasparov is going to make a comeback right here in about 10 days or so. That must just have you just truly pinching yourself that this guy's going to make this comeback for the world.
It is amazing. And I wish him well. And, you know, he launched the subject on us. I didn't go and ask him. He said, no, I'm going to do this because I could be a wild card. And it took me, I think, a nanosecond to say yes to that.
I didn't imagine you saying, I know.
No, right. Yeah. No, Gary, you got to work out a little bit more.
Well, it truly is amazing to see also the young players who came here, the match of the millennials. You just kind of took it on the chin. You need to arrange it a little bit differently next time.
Well, you know, I was listening to our experts, like, you know, Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. He said the under-17 group was going to kill him. Well, quite the opposite happened. They got slaughtered, you know, and so we got to do some work with our young players. That's true.
Definitely, and also the Scholastic program you guys have built has just been something amazing to see as well.
Yeah, and one of the best things, one of the things I'm most interested in, because it is so important for the community, and it's so au courant in the news today, is the fact that we're training police officers to train the kids in the inner city St. Louis public schools. I think that's going to change everything. Certainly in those children's lives, they're going to see the police in a whole new way. It's going to change their attitudes. I'm really excited about that program. And you were there when we opened it up. And, well, we had the first one in Ferguson, I believe, didn't we? Yes. And you were there, and I was there, and it's just incredible.
It is incredible what you guys are doing and continue to do. And we could talk for hours. The World Chess Hall of Fame, the great universities here, Webster University, multi-time national champions, St. Louis University. It's just, it goes on and on. It's like St. Louis is, in fact, a chess town, chess capital of the U.S., but I'm starting to think chess capital of the world is the right moniker.
I like the way you think. It is amazing. You mentioned St. Louis University, that they did so well in their absolute rookie season. You know, to be one of the top 4 finishers among all the colleges that participate in the Pan Am, it's amazing. And then, you know, kudos to Alejandro Ramirez.
Hey, doing great work, fellow commentator, doing the Spanish broadcast. Now, my last question for you is, when are you going to beat 7-year-old Rachel Lee? Because I watched her beating on you in the club here in full view of everyone. I mean, she's 7. Come on.
Yeah, well, you know, I watched you watching me, and I noticed how much you enjoyed that.
It was fun to watch. And she was trash talking, too.
She is a phenom. She is going to be a super chess star. There's no question about it. You know, she's truly she's 1,800. She's 7.5 years old.
Are you saying that only because she beats on you?
Well, she got lucky. You know?
She might just come right here and challenge you to a game again. So watch out talking about her. Of course, her brother is Grandmaster Roy Finley, who played in the match of Millennials. There's just talent everywhere in this place.
No, it's amazing. It really is.
Well, Rex, thank you so much for everything that you and Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield do for chess. We truly appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you. Oh, wait, are you going to be playing at the end of this? We're going to have you and Randy again?
Yeah, ultimate moves, yes.
Ultimate moves, right.
When Randy and I have to be prepared to humiliate ourselves in front of the galaxy.
And I'll be there to trash talk.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And you're so good at that.
Well, Rex, thanks again, and enjoy the rest of this event and the summer as well.
Thank you
We'll
very
see you at
much.
Ultimate Moves.
Thank you, Rex.
Thank you,
and
Rex.
Maurice, and that Ultimate Moves is actually going to be at the end of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, so we can expect Gary to be
at the
involved in
end.
some way. So not at the end of the Sinquefield Cup, but at the very end of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So that should be August 19th. Another talent that's been through the chess club, Rochelle Wu. This girl's only 11 years old, and she's part of the Young Stars program, which keeps adding players as they recognize new talents.
Right.
She just won the National Girls Tournament of Champions, which was held in Norfolk in conjunction with the Denker and the Barber.
Right.
And just 11 years old, and that's something that's open to up to 18.
Wow.
Almost a master, I'm sure, after that tournament.
For both sexes.
No, that one's a girls' tournament, but she
Oh,
wasn't
sorry.
even the top seed. I mean, nowadays there are many girls in high school or in junior high who have a 2200 plus rating. So, 11 years old, just coming to the chess club, working with Gary Kasparov, crushing. It's just amazing to see, and we've had so much success that I really think the match of the millennials, a bit of a wake up call that it's not all there.
Exactly.
But overall, the arc of success when you see these things that we've ticked off, Sam Sevian beating the record to become the youngest grandmaster in American history, and you have Jeffrey Zhang becoming the world junior champion.
World Junior Champion, yes.
It's incredible.
Indeed, and it's great. And the programs that have been developing, and I think for Rex most especially, he really does feel so good about what's happened in the public schools. And the fact that the club is sending 50 coaches to the outlying areas, introducing chess to kids. That is his favorite feather in his cap.
That's right, and we'll see one of them playing in the Sinquefield Cup one day, I'm sure.
I'm sure
And we've
about it.
got some developments in the games, including Maurice on MVL and so.
And by the way, just speaking about the program here with kids, it's just been marvelous to be a part of the effort to develop curriculum around making sure that the kids have just absolute quality material to work with. It's been a real pleasure working with the Scholastic team, as that's an effort you don't see when you're seeing us talk about these kinds of events and all the great players, but they are so arduous in working and dedicated in working for the betterment of chess and the young people here in St. Louis. It's really a thrill to be a part of this program. C6 and Bishop D7, we said, created some weaknesses. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave said, wait a minute, I'm not going to give you any potential breaks. I'm just going to concretize the weaknesses on the board with Knight C4, Queen E7, and Queen D6. Would love to see an endgame, and this pawn structure being compromised has got Wesley So a little hot under the collar right now. This is a trade he really doesn't like, and any activity he has will just simply go by the wayside. And this is a queen trade so desirable that the engines are suggesting the move Queen to D8. That's as ugly as it comes. You're going to make a move like this one in this position, Queen D8. That shows how bad a queen trade is in the position for black, as white's pieces. Look at this beautiful knight on C4. And again, as we mentioned, the weak squares, I just can't even imagine the move Queen D8 appearing on the board. I'm going to bet it's not going to happen. Queen D8 in this position? No way. Doesn't matter that the engines call this move. Wesley So is not going to want to play this, but what else is he supposed to do? He's down on the clock in this position as well. And I also want to bring your attention to another game, this one here, the other Ruy Lopez that had mirrored that position for a while. Well, not anymore. It is not often you see 5 pawns on the 4th rank in a position. All 5 now marching up the board. How bad is it for black? It doesn't seem that it can last, as white's pawns will disappear after the exchanges occur on the square. But amazing position to look at least optically, as these positions are starting to get into those middle games. We might spend a lot of time talking in the opening, guys, as it's maybe slow going. But sooner or later, those middle games are going to happen and stuff gets rich. This one is definitely complex.
Thank you, Maurice. Definitely heating up. And I also would like to go to the game between Vichy and Hikaru, because I'm thinking Hikaru is doing quite well in that game. But it seems to me that Levon is about to put the finishing touches on a pretty impressive victory. He's wrapping things up. He's just won after the move Knight D4. Ian couldn't find a better move than Rook D5. Bishop takes E7. King G7 trying to stop the mate threat of bishop f6. White has 2 pawns in his pocket, and he's just played the move f2, f4, kicking black's knight into some horrible-looking square, and not to mention that bishop c6 is also on top. Pardon me, if the knight were to drop back, for example, to d7, there's a move bishop c6 on tap, skewering 2 rooks. This looks like it's going to be resigned in the next move or two. This is just dreadful. Material down, and white setting up mating attacks. Not to mention there's an open h-file. King f2, rook a1, d1 could just end up being mate down the h-file. So this game is lost.
Yeah, so when you think about this game, Yasser, what do you pinpoint as what went wrong for Nepo? Is it the fault of the opening? Is it the fault of just playing a couple moves too quickly when he was surprised?
The opening, definitely, he was never right-footed in this game. When did he have a position where he would say he's happy? I mean, Levon just found that perfect
pressure point. That's
and
right.
exposed him.
And even for a player of this elite level, you can kind of feel his pain, like that H-pawn's coming at you.
Right.
And you're not prepared specifically for this incarnation of it. And then you're looking for activity, and you just unfortunately not only give a pawn, but you actually in the end, Levon was the one who got activity.
Well, I was very impressed by Christian Chirilla's explanation there, that instructional moment, because he's like yourself, a Grunfeld player, and I think he hit it right on the head when he said, when that h4 move was played, Christian was saying, you got to play h6 so that you can meet the advance h5 with the counter advance g5 and keep the king side locked up. So as a Grunfeld player, he instinctively said h6, and when that move wasn't played in favor of another, it got worse and worse and worse, and he went down very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, you got to get yourself a little rope to breathe. And speaking of Christian's segment, all of these games and our broadcasts are archived on YouTube after the game. So if for some reason you have to miss an hour, which, I mean, really, I'm not sure how you could come up with an excuse for that in the next
Right.
10 days. But if you have to, like, run to some kind of doctor's appointment or...
There is an archive for you.
There is an archive for you, and you can even review some of those segments, like particularly if you want to check out one of the instructional segments.
Well, going to the 2 games that were twins of one another between Sergey and Peter and MVL and Wesley, I must say I much prefer Peter's treatment of the opening to Wesley's. We had this very unusual moment, to put it bluntly. C4, the 5 pawns attack, very, very impressive. However, if you look at black's position, the 2 bishops on a7 and b7, they're nicely looking towards the center. The knights on f6 and g6 do great. Queen on d7, rook on e8. Black's position, you may say, oh, black's under a lot of pressure. I don't see it that way. I see black as having a fine position, and after takes, I'm expecting the recapture takes on b5. This knight on g6, it's not so shabby. Pardon me. The knight on g6, it's eyeballing e5, f4 squares. This knight on f6 is putting pressure on the e4 pawn. And I think that I would much prefer Peter Spidler's position to Wesley So's position. But we have a very unusual phone call, this one from Africa. Jen.
That's right. We got a phone call from Nigeria. Welcome to the show. Let us know your question. Welcome to the show. Can you hear us? We are welcoming you to our Sinquefield Cup coverage. Let us know your name and your question if you're still there. Otherwise, we will get back to you.
I think we've lost a connection. I don't hear anything on
It does
this
seem.
end.
But meanwhile, let's take a couple of
Yes.
tweets because we're still getting some good ones. A lot of reaction, of course, to Levon Aronion's game, including Fred Lindsay, who says credit to Lev for his creative play and also for not wasting his white on one e4.
Wasting his white. Ooh,
That's
that's a smackdown.
Yeah, that's definitely a contest to Bobby Fischer's favorite best by test quote, which we love to say when they finally play e4 in a tournament of d4s. But this so far is 4 Roy Lopez's, well, no, 1 Joko, but 4 double king pawn games and 1 anti-Grunfeld, which turning out absolutely wonderfully for Levon Aronian. The Grand Chess Tour, a Twitter feed, which is being taken over by Tatev Abrahamian throughout this event, shows Levon Aronian pointing to one of the photographs. A beautiful photograph over there at Kingside Diner. And one of his fans tries to caption it for the contest that Tatev posted. Like the Iron Tiger and Protortion shown in this picture, I too will become a world chess champion. Well,
that's a nice.
Does that sound like something Levon would say?
No. And
we actually did have an autograph session yesterday, which of course was an amazing treat to get boards and books signed by the likes of Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian and Vishy Anand. So let's take a look at how that went down as we go into break and come back with more from the first round of the Sinquefield Cup.
So today we are here. It's a very exciting event. We're doing an autograph session for all the players of the Sinquefield Cup. People come from all over the world to come see this and get signatures.
We come from Oklahoma, but we actually live in Indonesia.
Magnus is my favorite champion in the whole world. I'm going to get his autograph today.
I came from Madison, Wisconsin to get some signatures from the world's best players. I never know how often I'll get to see, meet these people, get this signature. It could be once in a lifetime for all I know.
Sacramento, California, and my son is really into the chess, and this is the one of the events he does not want to miss.
Well, mostly Magnus Carlsen since he's the world champion.
But we had a family reunion in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it was about 5 hours away, so we said, hey, we can just do this, and we're meeting the top players in the world.
Actually, Anand. I don't know. He's someone I've followed for a long time, of course, and but really, any of them, they're fabulous players.
This is like my first time meeting him in real person. For 9 years, I've been waiting.
Great that all of them can be here and make the time for 39-year-olds and 9-year-olds as well. I mean, this is a dad-son trip for me. It's worth it just to be a bystander and kind of look and see what it's like for him.
Yeah, I was nervous meeting the champion of chess in all the world. He's a cool guy.
Welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup as we approach the first blood let from this tournament. In fact, the first game that's going to be finished in this tournament, Levan Aronian versus Ian Nepomniachtchi Ian's going down.
Without question, Levan's putting on the finishing touches. He's been in the driver's seats literally from the get-go. His Bishop A3, Rook H4 has really paid him great dividends, and now he's so much material ahead. We're expecting a resignation shortly.
That's right, finishing up with flawless technique, and now in this position, he's just, if you take a look at the position on the board, he's simply up a piece.
Exactly.
After the move Rook D6, defending the Bishop on D7, Ian did not resign. Instead, he played a Bishop to C7, but he'll still be down an entire piece after the retreats.
Well, indeed. Lots of winning moves, but Rook D3 looks like a simple... Oh, he's actually played Rook C6. I was going to say he has his choice, Rook D3, but Rook C6 is also very simple. And there we do have stoppage of the clocks and a hearty handshake. So our first result, a decisive one, bodes well for the rest of the tournament as well as for the round.
That's right. The first result of the Sinquefield Cup is a win by a former champion, Levan Aronian, which really puts pressure on the other high-rated players in this tournament, the favorites, such as Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So. I mean, it's only round one, so
right.
Obviously they don't really need to do anything right now, but they need to be aware that this man is in great form, and he drew pairing number one, so that means that he gets two whites in a row to start off the tournament, and so that building of momentum by starting out with the two whites can definitely be an advantage.
Oh, without question. I played in many round-robin tournaments, and those that I actually chose round the number 1 pairing number, I invariably won them. It was my favorite number. You start with 2 whites and you finish the tournament with a black. And I recall my first Vaikanze getting the 2 whites to start and won that event. I actually tied for first with Walter Sean Brown.
And speaking of that, the only bad news for Lohan Aronian is that he does play black in the final round against Magnus Carlsen. So that's a great pairing as we see Lohan looking like he's in good form. Tomorrow he faces Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces. So that double white, huge as you said, Yasser. And so you're saying that you would prefer to get it to open the tournament than, for instance, have a situation where you might get alternating whites finishing with the white at the end of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. The start of the event, a lot of players are trying to find the form. They're worried about the form, what kind of form that they are in. And having 2 whites to start a tournament is really a big edge, especially at this highest levels. I mean, the elite players really like their whites, and having 2 of them, very, very nice. I'm just turning to the game of Magnus and Fabi. After we had actually left it after the move h7, h6. h7, h6, delaying the immediate recapture of the pawn on b6 in order to give luft for Black's king. We saw the move queen d3, then the trade, queen c5, and the players reached this position rather quickly. b4, b3. Queen takes b3, and this is what Magnus needed to open up the queen on c5 and to attack this pawn on f2. He's just played the move d3 with all kinds of threats. Queen takes f2, takes on c2. We'd expect to see the move queen takes d3, check, king h2, and check, and likely a repetition. Oops, no, I have to play queen g3 actually. And queen takes e4. Queen takes e4. And, well, I think that Black is doing just fine, as he has been doing actually throughout. I think that's fine. But we have a special guest in our studio, Jennifer.
That's right. We have Ian Nepomniachtchi, his first visit to St. Louis. He's with Maurice Ashley about his game today.
Well, certainly a difficult game for Jan, losing in the first round. Jan, this opening did not go well for you. What happened here?
Well, I mean, it's funny that I prepared exactly the same line for white. And, you know, as it...
How far? How far in?
Well, okay, rook h4 and all this stuff.
Really?
I mean, yeah, okay, it's everything is written down, but okay, from another side. As it, you know, commonly occur when you think that you know the line and you know the main refutation, and you play it in a really fast way, because bishop d7, I believe, is the strongest move. I mean, according to analysis, maybe I mixed up something already by that moment, but I think bishop d7 is good. So I just protect from rook e4, and then okay, after queen b3, well, I couldn't believe that you know, castle's short won't work. I mean, okay, I had some calm move instead, like queen b6 at this moment. Maybe queen b6 was the move, because with queen b3, queen b6, I cannot see any great ideas for white. But I mean, anyway, the easiest way to find out is to come home and just to check my files. But I mean, it's a little bit annoying that I mean, I'm losing the game in such a, you know, a little bit moronic way.
When you played castled, did you feel like intuitively it was a good move? Because you took on b7 and you spent something like 40 minutes.
No, I mean, I was sure that queen b7 is the main, but maybe I you know, I underestimated, because there is, of course, what did I do? Like spend 40 minutes and, you know, go to this bad endgame. I mean, of course, I was aiming for queen takes a3, queen takes d7, and this is very complex. Like I could take on c3 immediately, I could play knight b4. So then white sacks a rook, like bishop c4, and let's say knight c2, king d2, knight a1.
Let's take a look at this variation you were thinking about.
Sure.
You said here you wanted to play bishop.
No, but this is suspicious. Okay, knight c2 and king d2, knight e1. It looks like what should give some mate out of knight g5. So this surely won't work. But you know, instead of this, I can play something like knight e5 at some moment. I mean, maybe here I can start with bishop takes c3. I mean, perhaps computer doesn't like all the stuff, so maybe start with bishop c3 and then play knight e5.
Let's take a look at that.
I mean, okay, clearly, maybe things are not going too well, but once again, I mean, I was so sure that castle is the correct move, because, okay, I thought that queen b3 is not the main one. And okay, I simply couldn't remember anything, and okay, I thought castle should be good. And then okay, after queen b7, basically, yeah, that's a problem, because I cannot play bishop c3 immediately because of bishop b2, and I think white is pressing. Maybe that was, you know, the best way to continue the game, because bishop c3, and, you know, if white retreats like with rook d1, then okay, I can play rook d8, and yeah, the problem is bishop b2, of course, bishop b2, and, you know, takes on b2, queen takes, and then okay, f6, I don't know, let's say, knight goes to g5 or something, and this is really suspicious, but maybe, I mean, it's not losing though, but, well, I didn't really want it. I didn't really want to go for this.
It's got to be annoying, really annoying, to have opening just lack of prep or forgetting something.
No, I mean,
the reason you lose the game.
No, I mean, this is, of course, this is insanely stupid, and, you know, it's the second time I lose like this to Levon, because first time I was in Vaikanze some years ago. I just, in the well-known Greenfield line, I just decided to improve it a little bit and just blundered rook, because, you know, there was some stuff like, in, you know, this Greenfield with bishop f4, queen b3. There is a line with, you know, c5, queen takes b7, queen b6, and all this stuff. And when I decided to include like c takes d4, e takes d4, queen b6, queen a8, queen takes b2, and you know, normally it's a huge compensation, but in fact, rook on c1 was protected by the bishop from f4 already after this exchange. So I mean, it's okay, something I didn't really want to happen, but I mean, okay, what done is done, and it's only the first round, so okay, I should try and use my, you know, chances better.
All right, we got lots of rounds to make up for it, and thanks for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of the game.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. And in the game, our featured game between Magnus and Fabi, that game appears to be heading for a draw. After these two pawns were sacrificed by Magnus, he's setting up a perpetual check that seems to be going on here. I don't see any, in view of the fact that white has a check of his own on g8 threatened, I don't see any other way that black can use this opportunity to get more than a draw.
That's right. And another game that's really heating up, and it could be that we'll have to take a look at that in just a minute, but Sergei Karyakin looks to be getting the better against Peter Svidler.
Ooh. Definitely. That looks like a very intriguing game
yeah,
as well.
You're going to love it. Yes, somebody has an extra pawn.
Yes, yes.
But the man of the hour, we have former Sinquefield Cup champion drawing the first blood here at the 2017 edition. Levon Aronian is with Maurice.
Well, he's burning up the tournaments as he goes along, each one knocking players off one after the other. Today, Levon, you played a very interesting little wrinkle in the opening, and you could not have guessed that it would bear fruit that easily.
Yeah, I thought it's an interesting idea, but I mean, such ideas you can't really analyze in detail because black has many options in this particular opening when you play h4. So I thought it's interesting to develop the rook. You don't get to do it every day. So, and then I briefly remembered what to do against c4 instead of bishop d7, but bishop d7 I didn't really remember, I mean, what was the plan, but I think queen b3 is correct. It looked correct. And then I think he allowed me to take on b7, which he shouldn't have.
Were you surprised how quickly he played? Because you stopped for some time, and finally, what made you say, wait, this pawn is a pawn, I'm going to just take it?
Well, I mean, I thought that he definitely analyzed this, and there might be some line that leads to compensation, but, you know, I'm not going to chicken out and play something else. My whole concept of bringing the rook into the game is to attack the queenside pawns. And if I don't do it, I mean, then why did I spend so many temping? So it was basically a no-brainer for me. I had to go for it, but I thought that he could have played better. I was actually mainly thinking that he should have taken on c3 immediately after queen b7. But, you know, it's still good for me. I can play bishop b2 and it's still better for me, but that's what I thought he would do. Because what he played in the game, I mean, should be technically winning.
And you definitely did dominate that game, a style we're not used to seeing at this level. Tell us, you're playing well lately. I mean, you're having some good results in classical chess. I don't know, the cat's out of the bag that you finally engaged to your longtime girlfriend. Maybe I hope this is not news to you, but this is what we heard. Anyway, what's causing this resurgence of Levon Aronian?
I don't know. I think I always play well. It's just that, I mean, I used to play well and spoil it. Now I convert some of it.
You've been converting a lot of it. You won Grenke Classic Norway.
Yeah, I think I can.
Good start here.
I think I can do better than that. So let's see.
Indeed. Well, congratulations on your win today. Congratulations on your engagement, and good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Levon. Congratulations. And we have another result during that interview, Jennifer.
That's right. The game between Carlsen and Caruana.
No, I think
no,
it
it's
was
not that one. Oh, it's Nakamura game.
Nakamura game, yes.
The Nakamura game, indeed. The Anand-Nakamura game has ended in a draw. While we were interviewing the players, we got some feedback on our hashtag Sinquefield Cup from Timur Rajabov, who's always great to hear from. And he actually remarked on this position that he thought Nakamura has a pleasant position, but he's not sure he'll be able to squeeze something out of it. And he was right about the latter part of that tweet, as this game shortly thereafter ended in a draw.
Indeed, I actually thought we hadn't paid too much attention to that. This particular game, I had wanted to draw it to our viewers' attention, but it was actually right back here. We had been talking about when black manages in these structures to get in the break, D6 to D5. If nothing dreadful happens, I don't lose the E5 pawn or something bad happens, then normally it's more than a comfortable position and black can easily get an advantage. It was an intriguing play by white. Vichy playing this bishop back to H2, queen to F1, and then playing G4. And I'm with Timur all the way here. I thought that Hikaru had a pleasant position, but nothing more than that. And I was a little bit surprised that exactly here, Hikaru decided to just go for a repetition because he didn't see a clear and direct way of improving his pieces. Having said that, black has no worries, and I don't even think you're that worried about bishop takes c4. It's just that, well, how are you going to press? Are you going to play G6, F5, H5? Are you going to play C5, C4? It wasn't easy for him to find something concrete, and that was why they had a repetition.
Yeah, so he steered the game towards a draw, and that kind of earlier I was saying that perhaps Nakamura would be interested in taking more risks. This game so far, he's not showing that's his frame of mind.
Well, he's black. It's round one. 5-time world champion. It's not a bad result at all.
Oh no, absolutely not.
It's just that he got such a comfortable position out of the opening. There was no real pressure on him. And like I said, he just didn't find a way to increase the pressure.
That's right. He couldn't find it, and so that game ended in a repetition of position. And so we've got two results in at the Sinquefield Cup, the first round, with Levon Aronian winning a dazzling game and Anand and Nakamura drawing their game.
Exactly. And I'm just looking at a game that is extremely sharp, and that is between Sergei Karyakin, white, Peter Spidler, black. And basically, Peter sacrificed his queen side. He has, there's a white pawn on A6, and it's a big one. However, after the move queen F5, doubtless, Peter was thinking that this move queen F5, with the bishop on E4, the knight on F4, the queen on F5, all of his pieces in pole position.
Oh, and the bishop on E7 is part of the party as well.
Exactly. He thought this was, doubtlessly, he thought that this was more than sufficient compensation.
Knight H3
Knight H3 is instantly on tap because the G2 pawn has to defend the F3 pawn. But maybe doubtlessly he saw the move rook A3, but maybe underestimated how really strong that move is. Simply covering not only the F3 knight, but even furthermore, just the whole king side, essentially, if this knight moves. the rook could easily come across to g3. The bishop on f1, a great defensive piece. The rook on e1. So at the moment, it's like you've sacrificed a pawn. You've got this great looking attack, but you're all dressed up and nowhere
And
to
there's
go.
no way for me to try to take advantage of the fact, like I'm trying to do some kind of combination with bishop f3 and rook takes c1 and knight h3, but I don't think the timing is ever working out for me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, this timing certainly doesn't work out.
Exactly.
Because the queen on e1 just beautifully defends that pawn on f2. But
Precisely.
we do have another guest in the studio. Hikaru Nakamura is with Maurice Ashley.
With four-time U.S. champ Hikaru Nakamura after what looked like just more or less a solid draw, although there were some interesting moments in the game. What were you thinking as this game was progressing? Did it ever feel like you were worse or maybe even a little bit better? It seemed like both may have been questions.
Yeah, I think the whole game was a little bit strange because first of all, I don't play that many normal Spanish games on either side, at least not of late. But somehow, like in the opening, it was interesting, but then it turned into something that should have been standard. But Vishy played this knight h2 move, and as he explained after the game, the reason he did it is because he was worried I would play a Breyer with knight b8, knight bd7, and then the bishop on g3 is stupid, whereas normally white doesn't put a bishop there. So that was the first strange thing, and then later, it was hard. Like, I thought I could be better. I thought I could also be worse. It was just kind of, it was somewhere in between. And in the first round, at least, it didn't feel like the moment to play something like I probably had some knight h5, g5, f5 kind of crazy stuff, but it just didn't feel like it was the right moment. So I just played pretty solidly, and a draw is a logical result.
Black pieces, of course, in the first round of the Sinquefield Cup, draw is not bad. But, of course, you're also trying to win the Grand Chess Tour, and you're a bit behind right now. Is there any urgency for you to win this tournament? Are you putting it as something that is big on your list?
Am I really behind? As far as I know, the only reason I'm behind is because the other people played one more rapid event than I have. So I think that's, I'm not even really thinking about winning the Grand Chess Tour at this point. It's the first round of the first classical event. I think that's a little bit crazy to be looking ahead. That being said, I had a pretty decent result in Paris. I didn't play in Leuven, which is why, if you look at the standings, I guess you could say I'm behind, but I've played one less event. So, if I don't do something in the Rapid and Blitz here, then I think that's a reasonable statement. But I've only played one Rapid event. There are many more Rapid games and also classical games to go. So that's not even entered my mind. Maybe midway through the tournament I'll think about that. But right now that's not even a thought.
Well, you did mention the classical event, the Rapid and Blitz event coming up. With one Garry Kasparov, you must be really excited to see him coming back and have the opportunity to play him in his comeback event.
Well, I played him here in St. Louis after the U.S. Championship last year, so I think it's not going to be that different from what it was then. The only difference is, of course, I think in that event we A, showed him too much respect, and B, we didn't take it 100% seriously, whereas I think in this event everyone's going to be out for blood and just want to beat him. So the atmosphere will be a lot different, but certainly it should be interesting to see how Garry does. But I think I don't think he's going to win the event. Let me put it that way.
All right. Well, then it sounds like fighting words. We certainly know that you are a fighting player, so we look forward to seeing you in the rest of this competition.
Thanks, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Hikaru. Well, and definitely a little bit of trash talking there. Gary's not going to win the Rapid and Blitz St. Louis.
He didn't say which place he was going to come in, so it could be kind of like a quasi-compliment. I think he's going to come second or third. Or it could be, I think he's going to bomb, which is never a safe bet on Garry. So I like how Nakamura is always a little cagey. Like, you can't really, he keeps a little bit of mystery with his quotes, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the very strong inference was that in that ultimate blitz that they played, Garry and the three top U.S. players, Wesley, Fabi, and himself, that was more exhibition style.
Right.
And this time, it's gloves are off, it's serious.
But at the same time, there's also Rapid, and you got to figure Garry Kasparov in that he played such beautiful opening and middle games, and sometimes he had some blunders.
He spoiled them.
Exactly, so that Rapid will actually help him in a way.
Yes.
So I think it could go either way. And certainly the opposition's taking it more seriously, but Gary's taking it even more seriously as well.
Definitely.
Although he takes everything seriously.
He's a great competitor. Back to Fabi versus Magnus. When we left it, these parts, Magnus actually declining to take an immediate draw by repetition. He's basically said with this move, Queen G3, hey, I think I have more than a draw in the position. You have to prove to me that you're ready to stop Rook F1 checkmate. Queen G8 looks like it was forced, and indeed.
showed that indeed he did see that idea.
And King G6, yes. So I'm expecting.
No, Rook F8.
Pardon me.
Oh, did that happen? No.
Oh, I was expecting.
I thought I saw.
Rook
yeah,
F8?
Rook F8 happened.
Oh, he
yeah,
just
that's
played,
on the live
yes,
board.
on the live
So
board.
Rook F8 has occurred.
Yes, I was just going to say that if you play Queen E8 check, I don't have to go back into the corner and allow a repetition. If you go Queen E8 check, you might have to consider King G5, again with the same threat of Rook F1. And it's not, the perpetual isn't obvious in that case for
and
white.
where's the perpetual now?
After Rook F8, there's no perpetual.
So
I'm just a pawn up.
You just have to start taking pawns.
Yeah, I'm just a pawn up and saying, hey, look, I'm going to stop Rook F1 checkmate.
Oh no, I mean for black.
Yes.
For black's now just going to start taking pawns.
Queen takes D3.
To restore the balance. Yeah.
Rook takes, King takes, only move, check. But now we have to figure out where we want to go. We can definitely don't want to go to G6. Right. Probably for the same reasons you don't want to go to G5 either. So it looks like E6 is going to be a forced decision. Now it's up to white. Should white go Queen takes G7 and Queen takes H6 with a check? Or should he play Queen E8 check and take
Queen
a repetition?
E8 and just go for the wrap, yeah.
Make a draw. So definitely no troubles here.
Wait, what was the other option that you mentioned?
Queen takes G7. Queen E8 check is probably a direct repetition.
Yeah,
right?
but if you play Queen G7, I can also. Then I can play. I could take on E4 or just play Queen F1 check to start.
Right, Queen F1 check. If you take on E4,
G3 first. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to take on H6 and be a pawn up in the Queen ending.
So better to do the move order with Queen F1 check.
Right.
So that you either have to go for the perp or you have to interpose with the Queen, but then. After Queen G3, the pawn on E4 is now in take without the pawn on H6 being lost. So that would not be advisable.
Right, I would probably drop back with my king, maybe King G1. But that game definitely heading towards a draw.
That's
Let me just turn it over to Maurice because I saw that he's got some something to share. Maurice.
Well, when Nakamura first sat down and he looked at this position, his first response was, what did Peter do to his position? And we can go back to a critical moment in the game, which was this one after the move C4. Now, one of the things my former trainer, one of my former trainers, one of the most important trainers in my life, Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov, used to always say was, if you can maintain the tension, find that move that keeps the tension in the position as much as possible. Don't trade if you don't have to. And that definitely has stayed with me. The idea of trades must be forced or fantastic, or else there's a third F in there that I won't mention. But at any rate, this one, it's a kind of situation where black suddenly sees a lot of tension appearing in the position. The move C4 adding to the lever on the B5 square. Also, of course, E5 is also under attack. So it's easy to, in this position, to say, I've got to trade something. These guys are coming at me like crazy, and I could end up in a worse position. And in this position, there was one move that he could have played and involved a pawn sack that would maintain the tension, and it's this one. And you wouldn't expect that all of this is happening, and then you would decide to improve your position of your knight to the F4 square. Now, in this line, white could decide, well, I'm going to take this pawn on B5, but all of a sudden, this move, knight to F4, and suddenly black, sacrificing a pawn, is threatening to break open white's king side. Let's just play a move in this position. Let's take on A6. Bishop takes A6. Your upper pawn is white, but in this position, even after a move like B5, black suddenly has this wild knight takes G2, exploding on the chessboard. This exchange, this sacrifice on G2, if you take on A6, for example, in this position, black can continue the game. Well, the Indian's giving moves like this one. I'm just going to make a couple of moves to just get our position going forward. And now this move, knight to f4, and now the threat is queen takes h3. There's all kinds of danger on this side. But this is hard to calculate, extremely difficult to calculate this position. But it would have been the point. I mean, he's giving away material, so he decided that he was forced that he had to make an exchange somewhere on this chessboard. But maintaining the tension in that position, something he's going to look at when he goes back to his room if he does indeed lose this game, which, of course, right at the moment, he's in a lot of trouble. But I believe we do have a result in another game, Magnus and Fabi. And, yes, it has indeed ended in a draw. So the two of the top players in the world making peace in their game.
Right. But tell us about the current position, Maurice, after not the move knight h5, but how Peter Svidler played it. He was playing for the attack quite clearly when he made the pawn sacrifice he did in the game. And how's the current situation?
The position now is, as Nakamura described it, it's a mess for black. There is no attack. He is in trouble. He played this move c5, surging ahead, trying to challenge his pawn. But with this rook here, it looks as though you have a little bit of a nexus, queen, bishop, and knight. Unfortunately, usually when you're attacking, you want to have the superior number of pieces in the assault. And if you could pull that off, then you have the right to sacrifice on the other side. In a position like this one, white could even casually play the move b5 and just have 3 connected passed pawns, although clearly there's a doubling here, but it doesn't matter. He's got extras on this side. Plus, he's got an extra pawn. Plus, you only have 3 pieces, and white has 1, 2 pieces on this side, plus the rook in the action, plus this rook waiting. There's no reason for white to fear this position. There's no attack that's going to work, and Peter is definitely in trouble in this position. It's just up to Karyakin, who's a magnificent defender, to show that there's nothing over there. And now I just need to make some progress in this game. It looks like white is much, much better in this position.
Thank you, Maurice. So we have the Minister of Defense and Sergei Karyakin enjoying a pawn advantage and a very, very solid position. We'll get our players, Fabi and Magnus, set up for more interview with Maurice.
Just 2 games underway. That's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So. It's a position that you've pulled up right here.
Right, and it feels like a very, very nice position for MVL. The pawn on b6 is kind of like sticking in your throat, so to speak. It's a really powerful pawn. He has the 2 bishops. The only thing that white doesn't have going for him at the moment is this knight on f3 would really like to be on a better square. Put the knight on the c5 square, and it's like it's golden. So white has in mind to reposition his knight, knight e1, knight d3, knight c5, and MVL definitely in the driver's seat as far as this game is going. But we have a special guest in our studio.
That's right. World champion Magnus Carlsen is with Maurice Ashley.
We're with the best player on the planet, world champion Magnus Carlsen, after a draw against Fabiano Caruana. Magnus, this game seemed like it went slowly but surely. And do you consider a draw the logical result?
Yeah, for sure. I think, the course of the game was fairly logical, and there wasn't so much to do actually. So eventually I went for this b3, d3 thing, which I thought was a forced draw, but then thought I had a way to, that was still a draw, but I could play on a little, and I was at the end lucky that I could escape because I didn't see his rook f8. But anyway, it's a draw. Yeah, I think it was logical.
Black pieces in the first round, nothing to complain about in getting a draw. But Levon Aronian has started off with a very easy win by his standards, by any of your guys' standards. Do you recognize that he's been really hot of late? Any pressure on you to see the start?
Well, I mean, to be honest, he played very poorly in the Grand Prix, so it's not all hot. But of course, in the biggest round robins, he's been very good, and yeah, I didn't really see what happened with him today, except that he was winning very, very early. So who knows? But again, I mean, I think I played fairly well. I tried to just to play, but it was a draw, and that's okay.
You've been completely dominant in the rapid and blitz events, and you dominated Paris. You won Paris, dominated Leuven without question. But your classical tournaments haven't been to your standard of winning tournament after tournament. Are you coming into the Sinquefield Cup? Is there an intent, a special intent on winning this one?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm trying to win every game. Just today it wasn't so easy, but certainly I really want to do well here, but also try and relax and have some fun. And today was, I thought, an interesting game. I had fun, and hopefully I can continue that.
Last question for you. Just getting your thoughts on Garry Kasparov's return. You won't be able to play him in this return because you've already played your two rapid and blitz events. What are your thoughts about this champion coming back and playing?
It's awesome. I've played many games with Garry, mostly training games, and he's at least when I used to play him, he was still very strong, and he showed last year that he can definitely still play. So if I'd known he'd been playing here, I would have, of course, given anything to play him in a tournament. But unfortunately, it's not to be.
I'm sorry, I just have to add, because I remember Nakamura saying he's not going to win first place just a few moments ago in an interview. Do you feel that certain about the result, and Garry will not win?
I don't want to be too categorical. I think it depends. It depends a lot on the other guys. I guess if everything proceeds logically, probably he won't win. But you cannot rule it out, since he will be extremely motivated, probably better prepared than the others. So who knows?
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Magnus. Interesting views indeed.
Well, he wishes he was here playing Garry, and I'm sure the rest of the world wishes that too. But
There was this wonderful quote that Alexander Grishik had given in an interview. When he's having dinner with Ian and all of the young guys, he said, "You guys don't know anything about chess. You weren't around when Garry Kasparov played." And he kind of lorded this over these youngsters. Now, and when Grishik was asked about Garry's return, he said, "Oh, it's wonderful, wonderful." But now he won't be able to say, "You weren't around when Garry was playing," because Garry returns to give a few little lessons. We'll see if he's able.
well, here's a man who's going to be among the young elite who will get a chance to face Garry. Fabiano Caruana is with Maurice Ashley.
Well, fabulous Fabi. We remember him winning 7 in a row to start the Sinquefield Cup. Those days seem like a long time ago all of a sudden. Of course, it was one of the greatest performances in the history of our game. Today, you had first round, Magnus Carlsen. What were your thoughts about the position as you were playing?
I thought I had some promising chances, but it really turned to nothing. And it was funny because at some point he smiled. And it was the kind of smile in which I could see that he saw a line which was either beautiful or funny or something, and I was trying to wonder what it was. It was after I'd played. Can I get the game up? Yeah, it was a bit. I don't know. So it was after I played knight d2, and I was wondering, and then I realized that he had probably seen this line which we entered in the game, because there's one tactical point of this bishop d8 and bishop b6. At first, I thought I could play bishop g7, which looks promising because king g7, a b6 is, a good trade-off to win the g-pawn. But he has d3, and at first it looks like I have queen g4 and I have a strong attack. But there's bishop f2, king h1, rook f4, and queen g5, bishop h4. And I think this is very important because otherwise I'm, mating black. But after bishop h4, it all turns around and I lose the game. And it's kind of funny that the bishop ends up going from d8 to b6 to takes the circuit to h4. And based on that, it just turns into completely nothing.
Nice. So certainly the game fizzled out, but a draw in the first round against the world champion is not such a bad result after all. What were your thoughts going into the game, though? Were you trying to put the wood to it and see what you could do to win this game?
I mean, it's hard to say what's going to happen at the start of the tournament. You don't know who's going to be in good form and who's going to be shaky. So, but I think the first game is more or less trying to like feel out your own shape and your opponent's shape. And I mean, the game, there wasn't much content in the game today. I think we both played reasonably well, but neither of us showed anything spectacular or anything too bad. It was the kind of game which can happen. You know, I didn't really get anything from the opening, maybe a slight something, but nothing too major. And he played well, and he even got a slightly more comfortable position. And only at the end he missed rook f8, I think, which was slightly surprising because it almost looks better for white if he doesn't take on d3, but it's a bit surprising to miss this move, although it doesn't change the position, or the evaluation of the position anyway.
Tell us, this is a topic that has come up because it will be happening starting the 14th of August. Very exciting event here at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, made more exciting by the presence of one Garry Kasparov making his return. We saw that Magnus saying he regrets the fact that he's not going to get a chance to play against Kasparov in his comeback. What are your feelings about playing against Garry? You played him last year, and Blitz was more exhibition. This is a real serious event that matters to everyone, no matter what happens in this event.
I didn't know that he would be playing when I chose to play the event in St. Louis rather than in Leuven, and so when I saw that he's playing, I was very pleasantly surprised because it's not every day that you get a chance to play Garry. And although I did get a chance to face him, it's obviously more competitive now because there's a lot more money and prestige on the line. But last time he already showed that he's still a phenomenally strong player. So it's also interesting because for many years players have debated like what will happen if Garry returns. Will he still be a top player? Will he still be as strong as he was? And although obviously he isn't as strong as he was, I'm sure that he's still capable of playing phenomenal chess.
All right, we look forward to that matchup, but that's a ways away. You have a big tournament ahead of you to play, so good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Fabiano. And speaking, where do we stand after these results, Jennifer?
Well, we've only got 2 rounds still going on, Yasser.
2 games.
That's right, 2 games. Sergei Karyakin with that advantage against Peter Fielder. Unless Fielder is able to drum up some counterplay against the White King, that could be another big win for White in this round of the Sinquefield Cup. And we also have MVL versus Wesley So, and that game intrigues me from a strategical point of view because you mentioned this plan of playing knight a1 to d3.
Right.
And if we go to the game, we'll see that Wesley So is also worried about that plan, so he decided to waste no time and played c5 himself, and he's going to be going after that b6 pawn.
Right. He'll end up perhaps trading the c5 pawn for the b6 pawn. But the result will be that White is going to be left with the 2 bishops and a more active, I want to say pawn structure. It sounds strange to say more active pawn structure, but a better pawn structure. The pawns on b3 and c4 doing more to limit Black's play. So we left it just here, right?
Yeah.
And this is where c5 was played, and then we got to this position.
So can you force me to make this trade and play knight b6, or can I just try to maintain the stasis a little bit?
I think I can. I think I'll be direct about it as well. I'll play rook a1, seeking to post my rook to a5 so that I can take this pawn on c5 and essentially force you to capture this pawn. So if you went like rook c6, I want to play rook here. And again, either you're one way or another, you can't just maintain the pawns on c5 and b6. I'm going to force the trade, and whether you take with the rook or... I think you're going to have to take with the rook, because frankly I think my knight on c5 is simply too strong. And I'll get a situation more or less like this, and this is what I was saying about my more active pawn structure. The pawns on b3 and c4 limiting the bishop, and I've got the 2 bishops. So essentially White is really for choice Can he win it? He's still got a lot of work ahead of him, but definitely Wesley on the back foot in this one. And then, as you were mentioning in the other game, it's interesting that the two games that remain were the twins of one another, right? The other game...
But very different outcomes.
With very different outcomes. It's at the bottom of my screen, is the one between Peter and Sergey White. After the move C5, I like the three connected pass pawns, by the way. That looked very powerful to me, just B5 followed by A5 and push those doggies down the board. Actually, Sergey said, I don't even want to give you a smidge, hint of any kind of counterplay. I'm just going to shut you down with the move knight H4. We were talking about how this rook on A3 looks beyond the F3 square. The rook can easily swing across the third rank, if need be. And after the move Queen E6, we have the current position. Sergey, a pawn to the good. Everything's going swimmingly well here, and he's definitely his defending pieces are not being outclassed by the attacking ones. He's got lots of defenders around the White's King. It looks like Peter really has a hard task ahead of him.
And Maurice, your thoughts on that game?
And who's attacking who? I mean, you look at this position and you say, well, these are the guys trying to drum up some counterplay. But after the move rook to G3, threatening the devastating rook G7, White has the pawn and is the one who's putting the pressure on the position. The move G5 looks to be almost forced. And now Queen D2, threatening queen takes on F4. No reason to move this knight away because, after all, it's a pin on the line. But also, with this move, Queen D2, the threat is Queen to C3. So let's say you break the pin, Queen to C3 as well. And we see who is the real attacker here. Black's pieces on this side not involved. Just two lead pieces not doing anything but just actually sitting there. And one of them is pinned at the moment. This one with no future at all. This is just crushing. Rook to G3 would be a decisive move virtually in this game. And we expect someone like Karyakin to find this move. It's very direct. It's very aggressive, very direct. And I think Peter knows he's in trouble. You see him there, the two Russian compatriots playing against each other. Actually, Sergey's from the Ukraine, but he switched federations, and he now plays for the Russian Federation. I believe they played on the same Olympic team in Baku.
Oh, many times.
And
many times.
So here you see these two players, they know each other quite well, but Sergey, the candidate for the world title last year, very tough player indeed, as he challenged Magnus Carlsen in what was a very close match. He only lost in the Blitz and Rapid, but certainly a tremendous defender. Here he doesn't have to do too much defense. This one is just about done. He's up a pawn and has all the pressure in this position. Peter didn't quite handle this Spanish very well and just in trouble.
Thank you, Maurice. And going to a game of MVL and Wesley So, just as you were saying, Jennifer, Black is actually trying to avoid, trying to keep that tension on the B6 and C5 pawn. I'm just considering, I want to essay an exchange sacrifice. Rook A5, knight C6, rook takes C5, knight takes, knight takes. Now this knight looks so dominant here, attacking the pawn on B7 as well as the bishop on E6. And I thought, okay, this is just crushing for White, game over, until my spidey sense told me there was a move knight D8. And this may not be the winning technique that MVL had in mind. Is this exchange sacrifice, is that going to keep Wesley in the game, Maurice? Because it sure looked to me like, you know, Wesley was just going to be suffering, and he's come up with a very intriguing idea, this knight E7, rook A5, knight C6, rook takes C5. Would you make that exchange sacrifice yourself, Jennifer?
Well, in the line you just showed, it didn't look like it looked like that knight D8 was a good rejoinder.
It was. But still,
Does White have any other options? Well, are you saying that if we just retreat with the rook?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't want to retreat with rook because you don't stop here. I mean, it still goes on. Like, there's a line, for example, where you could go bishop d3, and you want to go b4 and knight takes and c5. I mean, those are two really good bishops, and that pawn on b6 is really strong. Maurice, is that exchange sacrifice good for white?
Well, the ancients are giving that it's actually better for black to
Wow.
get there. This position, the king f7 is the move played first. It's similar to what you wanted to do anyway, right here. Sorry, you made the exchange sack. King f7, not even accepting the exchange right away because the rook is actually trapped. But it doesn't change much after king e1. The Indian finally says, okay, whatever, I'll take it, and still play the move knight d8. Evaluating that white's advantage is not serious. Sorry, white's compensation is not serious here. Not enough. A little bit of compensation, but not enough to prove anything. Although I have to say, it's not clear to me exactly how black untangles this mess.
Right.
And when you can't untangle because of one color domination, this bishop being the key piece in the position, and sometimes the engines will evaluate this as okay for one side, but as the game continues on and on and on, they start going, wait a minute, we're not doing anything. We're not making any progress. Of course, this king can show up on c3 quite easily and play a move like b4. But the question will be, how does white make real improvement? Yes, you've tied black down a bit, but how do you make real improvement in this position? And black's king will come a little bit closer, at least, to this square in the game. Again, it's not very clear how either side does anything here, so hard to say. The engines don't think it's a special deal in that game, but we'll see.
I love those exchange sacrifices and control. You get your king to c3, you go b4, you capture on e6, you go c5, you put your bishop on d3, you go bishop takes a6, and you feel like a god.
Well, you're controlling the game. That's the point. You're controlling the game because you're not losing in any way. You're keeping the other guy out. Now, this one, of course, white is in complete control of this position and also ahead on the clock, although I have to say he's down to 11 minutes and 41 seconds. Peter Spiller at 4:22. That is dramatic given that they've only played 23 moves. They have to go 17 moves. There's no increment. They have to play another 17 moves to get to time control. That's a problem for both sides because any hiccup could suddenly mean a dramatic change of the evaluation of the position. So Peter is banking on the fact that he's worse, but he's got to keep the mix, got to keep it going a little bit, although he only has 4 minutes and 22 seconds on his clock, and he will only have a delay. He will not be getting extra time. 30 seconds should be enough to make a move, but if you don't know what to do, man, that 30 seconds evaporates very quickly.
Very good.
Meanwhile, that line, MVL did not go for that line with rook a5 and instead just played king to e2 after knight e7.
After knight e7, rook a1, knight e7, king e2. No problem. He says, I got time to go king d2, king c3. I understand we were going to take a commercial break.
We're going to take a quick break as we wait.
And we'll come right back.
For these final two games to conclude.
All righty then.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
and welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where it is still crowded on this Wednesday afternoon, which opened the strongest tournament of the United States and one of the strongest tournaments in the world, the first classical event of the Grand Chess Tour. We are approaching the first time control of round one, and both of these games could go in a decisive direction, Yasser. But
Absolutely.
in particular, this game between Karyakin and Svidler, we've been mentioning Karyakin on top, but with 12 moves left to make, and Queen's still on the board, there's only a few minutes for each side.
Exactly. Both players, a very, very sharp position, but I thought that when we left it that Sergei, thanks to this incredibly awesome, powerful, what else to call it, tank on the Queen side, these three connected pass pawns by White were the decisive factor. Instead, when we left it, Maurice was just saying, rook g3, rook g3, rook g3, bring that rook across, and you got the attack and the initiative. Instead, the move b5 was played, and the trade of dark square bishops. White's queen takes up a beautiful, dominating position in the center of the board, but after this move g5, f2, f3, very sharp rejoinder. I didn't think that this was actually necessary, but it is arguably the right way of going about winning. With the move f3, obviously you're attacking the bishop. You can't take the knight. The pawn on g5 is pinned. I'm looking at the move knight h5. I don't see actually another choice.
And after rook g4,
I'm anticipating the move knight
that did
f6.
happen. And look at what Sergei responded to this. He played rook on g takes e4.
Precisely. This was
your plan?
This was the plan. And obviously you've got to take, recapture on e4. And now bishop takes c4. And the reason why it was important to capture this pawn is because this bishop actually defends the pawn on a6, which makes the move b6 followed by b7. And those pawns on the queen side are just killing. In the meantime, the direct question is, what are you going to do with your queen? Where is the queen going to move? If the queen goes to c8 to cover the f5 square, I'm going to snap on f6. And this looks
coming to f5.
And the pawn on f7 is hanging. This looks like all she wrote. I just need a confirmation from our man with the computer, Maurice Ashley. Maurice, is this a killer?
Yes, you know you don't need no computer.
This is just too good.
This is a beatdown happening right here. This is just unbelievable. We know 2 pawns on the 6th rank are worth a rook. 2 pawns on the 6th rank are worth a rook by themselves. These pawns haven't quite gotten there yet, but essentially all that Sergei knows is that these 3 pawns are a fat rook at least. No question about it. As soon as they start moving, the game is over. So if he can just make sure nothing else is happening on the chessboard, then this is no way that Peter's going to survive this position. And it's clear. He just wants to simplify everything, and any trades help him, any reduction of the threats that Black has, sooner or later he's going to pick this pawn up and play the move b6. And that's going to be all she wrote, as that's going to be too much material. So he can enjoy sacrifices now in many a way because he knows this is just a dominant position. In the other game, and this game is proceeding apace, it looks as though knight takes happened on e4, pawn takes, and then pawn takes on h4 has been played. And winning, for example, is the move a7 to prepare the move b6. Again, Black's threats are just gone now. Black's threats are dissipating. Pawn takes is nothing because of bishop c4. So White wants this simplification. Simplification like this means death for Black. And so that's going to be over quite shortly as they're playing very quickly. In this game that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So, when we came back from break, we were busy snacking, trying to get some food in our stomachs because we only get 10 minutes to eat. They don't treat us. They tell you, hurry up, go, get the food, it's here, hurry up and get some food in. And we were busy eating, and then you came back and said, how did this happen? What happened on this board? Well, back here, it looked like a block position, and White would beg to somehow open the position with the 2 bishops, see if he can unchain these lasers that want to get into the game as much as possible in open position. Well, Black just gifted it to him with the move f5, a surprising move here, responded to by f4. And hello, now the game is definitely going to open up, and the trades happen. g5, knight takes e6, king e6. and continue trades with an open line. And now you see the difference between the position we had before with a blocked pawn center. Now open lines for the bishop, knight d4, rook e1, and we stand here, king f6. Yes, f5? That just seems stunning to be on the board.
Yeah, well, that definitely played into White's hands. Opening up the position when your opponent's the proud possessor of the two bishops is not to be recommended. On the other hand, I really thought Wesley was up against it, that his position really, really was tough to hold. Maybe he felt that he couldn't just passively keep the position he needed to mix it up. Mixing it up
Hasn't
looking very good at this moment.
Well, one game that looks like it might be over very soon is that Karyakin-Spindler game with Spindler only with 14 seconds left on the clock for his remaining 6 moves. Remember, we are playing with the delay, so he will never actually have more time than that until he reaches the time control. But will he even get there as we see the current position on the board? Those 2 pawns on the 6th rank are ready to march.
We left it, we just seen the trade of knights, rook d1, queen takes e4, queen takes e4, rook takes e4, rook takes d5, c3. And now, as we were mentioning, 2 pawns marching up the board.
Let's start with just rook c5.
Rook c5 is a goodie. Nothing wrong with the rook c5. I was thinking that maybe it would allow black to kick a little with rook a4. But definitely rook c5 is a winner. I was just thinking b6. I'm not intimidated by the pawn going to c2.
Because you can go rook c5 at that point.
Precisely.
But Sergei did choose rook c5 immediately. He's in a little bit of pressure himself with just 2 minutes to finish the game.
I see.
And Peter going down to 3 seconds. So now he's just playing on the delay. And, you know, that can be hard to get used to because you get no bonus time. So now he just has to play the move within 30 seconds and also write it down.
And
so,
there we see b6, by the way. Rook takes a4.
a4 and b6. And now explain why these pawns are worth a rook, yes.
Well, because you're not stopping them.
Then why only a rook?
They may be worth more than a rook at a moment.
At least a rook is the saying, right?
Yeah, exactly. The point there is that after rook takes a6, bishop takes a6, you don't need to stop and pick up this pawn on c3. You can just trundle with b7 and go ahead and grab the rook at the same time. And the pawn on c3 is not going anywhere. Hence, after this move b6, there's nothing to be done. Peter Spindler facing now b6, b7. It's time to hang it up.
By the way, what's intriguing about that position is if you talk about 2 pawns being worth a rook, and 2 pawns are worth a rook, we usually mean in an isolated position where nothing else is on the board. He's played the move king g7. I was going to say that in this position, if black were on move, then the 2 pawns and the bishop aren't actually going to get both rooks. The king needed to be on g7. It just so happens tactically to work. Here, it's not the case as he's now whipped out the move rook to e8, and maybe we'll get a chance to go back to that position in a moment as he's played it. I'm not sure we have time. But if, for example, after rook a4, white b6, let's play b6 for a moment. Black played king g7. No, not this move. King g7. If white, for example, played a move like king h2, which is a completely ridiculous move, now rook takes on a6. I might have chosen the other rook. No. This is the right rook because of b7. So this position now bishop takes, rook takes, and now b7, and now rook b6, and you don't get rook c8 with check. So it matters that you were worth a rook, but no more than a rook in that line, even with the extra bishop. But because that king was sitting on g8, it was a check, and that changed everything. Here.
Yeah, you see that critical check with the pawn on the 7th rank coming up in so many endgames.
Right. Yes, that is so important. But now, after the pawns having established themselves, when you say 2 pawns on the 6th, how about 1 pawn on the 7th and 1 pawn on the 6th?
1 pawn on the 7th and 1 pawn on the 6th is worth a queen.
Yes.
Literally, worth a queen. If you have a queen, if I have 2 pawns and the kings are not being considered, a queen cannot do anything about a pawn on the 6th and a pawn on the 7th. The queen can only stop them from advancing, but it cannot capture the back pawn because the other one will queen. So this one extra step Now these 2 pawns are worth as much as a queen, or could fight a queen by themselves if the kings were not in play.
Well, he's just trying to drum up a trick after rook c8 and play rook e1 and make Sergei think of it, because then, of course, queening would be a very bad idea after rook takes f1 and rook h1 checkmate.
Right, so king f2. I think it was when I was a kid. It was a game of Le Bourdonnais. He had three pawns versus a queen and rook. He had 3 pawns and a rook versus queen and 2 rooks, and the 3 pawns won. Sorry.
Look at this. Just what he's done. He's played a7 instead in this position, with the idea that now if rook a7, rook to c8,
game over. Resignation
just
has occurred.
wins immediately because there's no more tricks with rook e1.
A7.
A7 resigns.
A7 because rook takes a7, rook c8, destroying
Yes.
all that counterplay we were looking at if I played rook c8 immediately.
Gotcha.
Because now after rook b7, I just win the rook for free on e8, and if you take, obviously, I queen.
Indeed.
So that,
A7 was a win. Very impressive game by the 2016 challenger Sergei Karyakin, as he makes his debut in the Sinquefield Cup, a very memorable and an enjoyable one. He wins against 6-time Russian champion Peter Svidler.
That's the way to start your St. Louis trip, right?
Definitely.
Welcome to St. Louis. Okay?
Welcome to St. Louis.
And we have one game remaining then, just Bashir Lagrave versus Wesley So.
And when we left it, we thought that definitely Wesley on the back foot in the game, thanks to White's 2 bishops. But how bad is it? Let's put it that way. We've just seen a number of rook checks actually by MVL, and Wesley's king has been chased back to d8. I was wondering, okay, let's have a look-see at something very concrete. Bishop takes d4, giving up one of my bishops to get my bishop, or should I go bishop f5? I'm having a little trouble here. I'm a little bit undecided. But I was going to go bishop e4, hoping that if you take this pawn on b6, I would get a 2-for-1 trade by taking on b7.
Knight c5 instead.
Well, I'm not. Knight c5, definitely a good move. Okay, let's take a look. Knight c5. Okay, so now you're cleverly defending the pawn on b7, as well as attacking my bishop. I want to play the move bishop e4 to d5, anticipating that if you capture my pawn, my king's going to come up to d3. Basically, you know, the Bobby Fischer ending, bishop versus knight, with rooks on the board. Very unpleasant still for Wesley. Beside the move bishop d4, is there another move that you might consider here? Again, keeping in mind knight b6 is on tap for black.
D1 also
Bishop
is
d1,
possible.
preserving the 2 bishops. Knight takes b6, and well,
actually, I thought here I could play bishop d4 and go for rook e6, but actually that's just refuted by rook c6, it looks like.
Right. I get to meet that exchange with rook c6. But we could do the same thing that we were doing a moment ago, Maurice, with bishop f3. Again, this king is coming up to d3 and d4.
You could play king, then that means you could have played king d3 then, immediately, instead of bishop f3.
All
bishop
moves,
f3, rook c7, but
these are very unpleasant.
Could be very unpleasant.
Yeah, very unpleasant ending to defend, because White's got so many avenues of direct attack. Bishop f3, rook e6.
It's just coming into the game so quickly. That's the other
joyful,
issue.
isn't
I mean,
it? Joyful.
I can even play like king c3 in the original position, and
from the start.
Or I can't, because I guess you can take on c2 and then take on b6. I'm just dying to figure out a way to keep my dark squared bishop, because I feel like that's going to be even more dominant.
Greedy, greedy, aren't we?
One of the strengths of having a bishop is that you can more easily trade for a knight than the knight can trade for you, because you can trade from a distance more often than the knight could trade from up close. You can trade from both up close and a distance, while the knight can only trade from up close. So this is an advantage, and you have to be ready to give away the so-called advantage of the 2 bishops in order to get a bigger advantage of some kind.
Exactly, exactly. The advantage of the bishops are that they do have more opportunity to trade themselves for the knight than the other way around. And in this particular position, again, it's just like The knight is actually in the worst possible location on b6 at the moment. King takes d4, bishop f3. You're regretting that the knight is sitting on the b6 square. There's going to need some fancy footwork by Wesley So to save this position. He's definitely in trouble in this game.
That's right. And if we go back to the original position, this is the... It looks like they should have just made time control, actually.
So rook e1 check was king d8
King
was
D8
move
and
40, the time control.
And you were looking at bishop d4 and bishop e4, right?
Yeah, bishop d4, bishop e4, bishop d1.
Yeah, and we can also play bishop e4 right away, and then yeah, that looks really good too.
There's ideas also of bishop d4 and rook e6, bishop d4 and bishop f5.
You're having trouble finding a bad idea,
yeah, exactly, because they're all very, very, very promising. But we have a very special guest in our studio, a six-time champion from Russia, who has returned to St. Louis. He was here last year. We have Peter Svidler with Maurice Ashley.
That's right.
Let's correct that. As Peter said, you keep taking away one of his titles. He has 7 Rush titles.
I guess
we're not worthy, Peter.
I think this is there's been a sort of reappraisal due to the way I'm playing, maybe. But
no, you deserve those titles, and
I'm going to
so
be
you will keep
stripped of some of them.
No, you will forever be in the history as having won 7 titles. Today's game, however, was difficult at one point.
Great.
If I may, you look like you had a decent position, and then these pawns appeared on the 4th rank.
No, I shouldn't have allowed that. But the thing is, I severely underestimated just how unpleasant c4 is and how unpleasant my position will be after the immediate c4. C4 is basically the only idea white has, and I was kind of trying to keep it under control. But queen d7 in a way is maybe even counterproductive, because the queen actually gets hit there in a lot of variations. You kind of would prefer it to be back on d8. And after queen d7 c4, what I played is a poor semi-bluff, frankly. I mean, the attack never really gets off the ground, but the alternatives looked extremely ugly.
There was one line that's completely crazy that, of course, was computer generated. Is the move knight h5, with the idea of leaving the position as is after queen d7. We have it on the board here. Queen d7, c4, knight h5. The idea to play that same knight to f4, then sack on g2.
No, I looked at that in a lot of positions, but not here. And the idea of just not doing anything, just keeping the center completely quiet, it occurred to me. But knight h5 somehow in this particular position, because I had this idea later in every single position, but the moment I allow cb5 and knight takes d4, none of these things work. So yeah, I guess that was a much better try in practical terms. I don't know if it actually works. It might even work. Who knows? But yeah, what I played after c4, I kind of the decision I took wasn't particularly good, and at that point also it's not a pleasant position to have 40 minutes in.
How is that affecting you, this time control right now with the delay? Did it?
No, it's not about the delay. It's about spending less time on well-known opening moves. I'm not blaming anything on the delay here. It's just that we got to a position we both knew. Well, at least we knew this position existed, and we both spent a ton of time there. And at the critical juncture later in the game, I think those minutes would have been very, very valuable had I still access to them. But yeah, sort of the position went from looking completely fine to looking completely lost in about 5 moves, and I've only got myself to blame for that.
All right, well, a chance to reassess and come back in the next game. So good luck with your preparations.
Thank you.
Peter, if I can just ask you a question, because this was where things, as you say, went south in a hurry. Right at this moment, after the move, c4 takes b5. I think a lot of people in our audience would have liked to ask you the question, why didn't you recapture? What was your thought?
After knight takes d4, what are you supposed to play?
We have no idea, but this was your thought.
No, but the thing is, once again, I will probably either have to sacrifice a pawn somewhere, or I would have to play one of the following 2 positions. I can take on a4 here. No, knight f4 doesn't really do anything anymore. Bishop a4, c6, and let's say knight f5, rook e6 might be the only move, and now white has a number of options which look extremely attractive. Bishop b3, d5, e5, for instance, looks like close to winning for white, at least to my taste. For me, as a, I play Spanish with both colors, and for me, if I see this position with white, I think, okay, I'm close to winning here. Exactly. So that is one option, and the other option after knight takes d4, I can take on d4 first, and then take on a4 here. Let's say bishop d4, ba4, and allow bishop takes f6. But I don't lose any material once again, because bishop takes a4, I will have bishop c6. But once again, I mean, you take one look at this position and you think, how fun can this be?
No.
In practical terms, considering how little I actually got with my sacrifice, this was probably a better try to kind of, grovel here for the rest of the game, and maybe you save 1 out of 5, maybe 1 out of 10. But it's not nice. And what I did, I knew objectively it shouldn't work. But at least for some time, my pieces will look active, and I will generate some, at least visual attack against the white king. But as Maurice correctly pointed out, doing the fact that the bishop on b2 is now alive is basically the critical difference with compared to the move knight h5 that Maurice mentioned, because here white is just completely coordinated, and also I've given up so much on the queen side that I am absolutely committed to actually giving mate. Every single endgame will be lost. There is no endgame here. Even if I win the pawn back somewhere, every single endgame will be lost. So, yeah, that wasn't a very good practical choice.
All right, thank you very much, Peter.
Sure.
7 times.
7 times. I will not make that mistake again. 7-time Russian champion.
He looks too young to win so many Russian championships.
That is true.
That's a good way to weasel out of
That is true. I will weasel from now on. 7-time champion Russian, 7-time Russian champion Peter Svidler. They're sharing his thoughts on a game that looked perfectly, decently okay, and then it was suddenly gone. It was just like that break c3, c4, as he mentioned, was critical. And this is the current standing.
That's right, with just 1 game pending and looking very powerful possibilities for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to make it 3 victories for white in this round. So we are going to check in on that. But first, let's welcome our co-leader of the Sinquefield Cup in the first round, Sergei Karyakin. Welcome to St. Louis.
What a great welcome indeed to win your first game. Sergei, this position was rich. When you played the move c4, were you all smiles?
Oh, well, I was quite happy at this moment, because I thought that he blundered c4, and actually he did, and then after c4 he should have found some strong move, but after what he did, I mean, after e d4, c takes b5, probably I'm already better. Maybe at this point after c4 he should have found something.
Yeah, the engines were showing the move knight h5, very, very sharp line to play. This is a great start for you, of course. So how are you feeling? I saw you. We bumped into each other a couple of times in the elevator and Whole Foods. Seems like you've been really enjoying this St. Louis experience so far.
Yeah, I came here like 6 days ago, and okay, I had some time to think about chess, to prepare a little bit, and to concentrate, and yeah, I'm quite enjoying here, because I like the weather very much. It's very sunny. It's just exactly how I like, so it's nice.
Well, you're definitely showing that in your play as well. Hopefully you keep it up, and congrats on your win, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei. Wow, what a nice start. I mean, winning such a smooth game. If you go back to that position after c4, Sergei almost made it look like it was a forced win. And I think from Peter's point of view, he feared that it was, in fact, a forced win, because as he explained it very well himself, he simply has to deliver checkmate, because all of the endgames are losing for him.
And let's take a look at the MVL versus Leslie So, because I feel like there are some really pretty points with these 2 bishops. So the move bishop e4 was played, so immediately...
So not bishop d1, not bishop d4, but bishop e4 right away.
So the idea being that after knight b3, king c3, the greedy attempt to play, to hold on to that pawn with knight a5 and also get out of the attack on the knight, I think Bishop. What's the move here? Bishop F5 looks good. I mean, I'm just threatening the very blunt Rook D1, and you can't move your king.
Exactly. Well, I think that even the very blunt Rook D1 is also very attractive as well, because you're threatening ideas like Rook takes D7 check and Bishop F5 and skewering the Rook. So Knight on A5 may end up being offsides. But it was strange. I actually like that B3 pawn. I'm not a big fan of giving away the pawns. I like that move Bishop D1 that others had mentioned. But exactly here, do we have the move?
Just King Bishop B4, Knight takes B3, King
has
C3.
Been played.
King C3, Knight A5 hasn't been played yet, though.
Oh, a Knight A5. Well, I don't see there's really an alternative to Knight A5.
So yeah, after Knight A5, between...
What about, this is a big moment, Knight D4. Knight D4 is a move that I think Wesley walked into this line thinking he could play. Knight D4 is a contentious move that you have to look at. And Bishop takes D4 doesn't do anything, throws away the advantage, in fact, and neither does Bishop B7. But the Indians are coming up with this super duper fine Bishop H2. And suddenly the Rook on C8 is a goner. The Rook has nowhere to run to, and you can't do anything about this capture on B7. Knight takes B6 is simply Bishop takes B7. Give to me the exchange, and that's going to be that. Yep. A really amazing sequence there. And I think that's what he overlooked in this position.
He wanted to play Knight D4.
Yes, I think. Of course, we're just guessing. But he's pausing now, and I think it's dawned on him that after this, in this position, Bishop H2 is going to be brutal, and there's nothing else to do but drop your knight back to the A5 square because Bishop H2 is so strong. And in the line with Knight A5, Bishop F5, he's dropping material there too because the D7 knight is gone. You can't protect it with anything because Rook D1 is coming and there's no way to protect it. I think you can grovel maybe with Knight C6 and Knight B8.
Beautiful.
That's not going to work.
Is that the only way to go about it, though? I mean, there's got to be other good moves, right, in this position after. I mean, like, is there anything wrong with a really blunt-looking Rook B1 just planning to take on B7 next move?
No, Rook B1 also
is there
has
maybe
some,
Knight E2 check? But I don't even think that.
Oh yes, I take your bishop.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
so
would be a huge
that.
relief for Black if he could get rid of this bishop. But okay,
I was thinking I could take Bishop B7 in between, but no, it's too complicated anyway. I want to do something smooth, right?
Right. So Knight A5, not the highly desirable move that you want to play. But again, which exactly is the killer?
Bishop F5.
Bishop F5.
Bishop F5. Just nothing to do.
Because Rook D1, we have two pins that we're working on. So
this
how are you
just
going to
sets
stop
up
both
this.
of them?
Yes. Ooh.
That's the end. That's the end. The only way to defend is Knight C6
Brutal.
and Knight somewhere, that same Knight to defend. But it's clear Rook D1. And wherever you put your Knight, it's going to get hunted by the bishop.
Right. Oh. So Knight B8, Bishop H2, with a very simple threat of Bishop takes B8, and there's just no moves.
Well, you can move the king.
Bishop takes B8, and the Knight on D7 is pinned.
No, I want to move the king out of the pin. So let's just continue the line.
That I take.
In this position. Oh, you mean the second pin?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Ooh.
Your pin didn't win. This thing about the bishops is very important.
Please, Maurice.
A very important point. You know, we always talk about this trade, bishop takes knight. And a lot of people, we discussed this on the last show. If you didn't see the Match of the Millennials, I will discuss it again here. There's a question I often pose students, I even pose even more advanced players. Why is the bishop 3 points and a knight 3 points? Because that's the rule of thumb we often go by, 3 and 3. And of course, a bishop and a knight being such diverse pieces, it kind of doesn't make sense that they're exactly each 3 points. And there's been some studies done mathematically, averaging out that the bishop might actually be more like 3.14 or 3.25 or some number that shows up. But in general, we think of these two pieces as about the same, that you can make an equal trade. But they're clearly not equal pieces, and the bishop is much faster, much faster than a knight, knight being a plotting piece. So why would a knight have any chance against a bishop? Well, The reason why the knight has that chance, of course, is because the knight can control all 64 squares, and the bishop cannot. So that brings back the advantage that the bishop has dramatically, because the knight can visit all these squares, bishop simply can't. But once you put the 2 bishops on the board versus 2 knights in particular, now all the squares can easily be visited, and so there are none of the minuses, while there are all of the minuses on the knight side, which is they can't strike from a distance. So if you take a look at a position like this one, look how bishop h2 dominates. It's because the bishops can strike from this distance. These bishops are trapping this rook from a distance. The bishop is doing all this yeoman's work while this rook is looking at it saying, oh my God, look at that thing. This bishop could be all the way back here on I0, and we could keep going back down as far as it wants. It will still slice into this diagonal. So it's the ability of the 2 bishops to work together to control all the squares from a distance. That speed comes back in, plus the color control, why this is no longer 3 and 3-6 versus 3 and 3-6. No way at all. Suddenly, the reduction of the advantage of the knights being able to visit all colors makes it more like 7 points, or 7 against 4, maybe. I would estimate something more dramatic. And the fact that they always can trade from a distance as well. Bishops can trade with knights from up close and from a distance. The knight can only trade with a bishop from up close. So that's a big advantage when you can opt for when you make a trade. So this advantage is huge now, and I'm shocked that Wesley played f5 earlier, and now he's really feeling the brunt of opening up the game for the bishops. Maybe, Yasser, there was nothing much else to do, but when you open up the game intentionally, that's just red meat.
There you have it, knight d4 and an immediate bishop h2 from Maxime. Wow.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, again, f5, you know you're playing with fire, opening up the position to the benefit of your opponent. Again, Wesley must have seen something in the holding passive, just holding the position that he really, really didn't like. That prompted that move f5, but he's being punished for it now. This move bishop h2 is a dominant move, and we're about to see 3 decisive games out of 5, 60% decisive games. I always fear when we have a roster so strong like we have that we're going to see too many draws.
And he just resigned after bishop h2. Such a powerful move. I mean, you know, I gotta love that quiet bishop move because it's really quite pretty, and you can see how somebody can miss it because the bishop is like so cool on g1. It's hitting c5, it's x rank to b6, it's hitting d4, and then all of a sudden it's on h2. Whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
You see this bishop, you're thinking, okay, he's going to trade, and I snabbled a b3 pawn, but when this bishop moves to h2, and you realize that bishop takes b7 is virtually unstoppable, you're just going to be an exchange down, and you got no chances. Wesley, you may say it was a premature resignation, but I just didn't see any chances for him to resist.
Love this move. Now, which game were you most impressed by today? We had 3 victories for the white pieces by former Sinquefield Cup Levana Ryan, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also winning against the highest rated victory that he scalped today. And then also Sergei Karyakin taking down our wild card, Peter Stidler. So what impressed you the most?
Well, it's easy to say Levon's opening was really, visual. As a kid, you like to play h4, h5, and rook h4, bringing your rook into the game. And it was a very, very impressive game. However, for me, at the highest level, I really was impressed by Sergei Karyakin. Where was Peter Stidler's mistake? Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have taken on d4. Maybe he should have played knight h5. But whatever subtle mistakes Peter made, Sergei exploited beautifully, and I was exceptionally impressed by Sergei's win.
On the other hand, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave,
also
the #2 player in the world. So he actually scalped the highest rated
from that point of view,
and the defending Sinquefield Cup champion and defending Grand Chess Tour champion.
Right.
So yes, he's lost a game, but Wesley So is with Maurice, and he is the defending Sinq Cup champ.
With U.S. champ also added to all those titles, Grandmaster Wesley. So today's game was a difficult one, it seemed. What were you thinking as the opening was transpiring?
Yeah, well, it's a tough game. Well, everyone plays this Greco piano, and white seems to always get some slight pressure. I think I didn't defend well, and then in the end I ran into time trouble, and then just blundered many things.
F5 seemed like a shocking move to us. It opened up the game for the two bishops. Can you tell us why you did that at that point?
Yeah, well, I miscalculated. I missed some things, like it's bishop g1, and then goes to h2. I mean, probably should play something else like g5 and keep the position close. But I thought I would very well equalize with f5. But then in the end, his bishop pair got really strong. So, probably not the best idea. But then Maxime played very well.
Of course, losing with the black pieces is always possible. You still got a lot of
any piece, I think.
Yeah, well, but first round, what do you need to do to pull it back and do better as the games go on?
Well, there are still 8 more games, and things happen.
Indeed.
Things happen. Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. Indeed, I completely concur with what Wesley said, that F5 turned out to be misguided, misjudged, miscalculated, and that he should have played, as he himself said, play the move g5 to try to keep the position closed. Maurice, of course, was extolling the virtues of the two bishops. To extol the virtues of the two knights, you need to keep the position closed. Short-range hoppers don't like the position suddenly blowing up in favor of the bishops. And it's this move g5 that would have been the expected move. In fact, the move f5 really played into MVL's hands, and he played beautifully after getting that opportunity. Well, let's hear his explanation.
That's right. MVL is with Maurice.
With the lighthearted Frenchman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who won a nice game today. Maxime, we saw you go into the confessional booth. You were one of the few players who did go in that confessional booth. You mentioned decent positioning. You were talking about similarities between your position and Peter's Fiddler's, the other game, Karyakin's Fiddler. What were your thoughts coming out of the opening?
Well, it was not similar. It was exactly the same position. Sure, different move order, and well, I mean, at first I was, starting, for instance, with bishop b3 instead of d4 because sometimes black can take and play g5 and stuff like this. Starting with knight d2 instead of rook b1 to avoid some knight h5. I mean, I'm not sure how good that was, but anyway, I was aiming for this position, and yeah, my preparation ended after c6, but I knew white has a slight but pleasant advantage, so I pushed. I'm not sure I played in the best way because I have so many options that all keep pleasant positions. So I was trying to find the one giving the least counterplay, and yeah, I don't know if the endgame is possible to hold. Probably it is, but it's very difficult because I can just bring my king, aim for f4, sometimes aim for some exchange sacrifice on c5, and Wesley decided to not to suffer too much, play at f5, but...
Were you surprised by f5?
Not really. I mean, at first, actually, after f5, I was considering f3, keeping, everything under control, but then I wasn't sure what's going on after f4 and g5, so then I noticed I have this f4, and the position looks very good, and I couldn't believe his idea taking on f4 and g5 could work, and it so happens that it probably doesn't.
It definitely looked like those bishops were just way too strong in the end. Good start. 3 players with white, winning with white. What's the deal? Can you tell us how we saw 4 of the games go e4 and e5 as a response. Is d4 not that promising nowadays, or it was just coincidence this round?
Well, Levon is a big advocate of d4, of course, and basically never plays d4, but this time he played knight f3, so probably d4 is just sort of refuted right now.
Okay, always being lighthearted with your comments. Let us think about the the Grand Chess Tour as a whole. You did play both Paris and Leuven, and there's a lead right now that you have to catch up on with Magnus, and he has stated that he's very strongly wanting to win this event. What were your thoughts coming in? Is it just a must-win for you, and is that your attitude to go va banque?
Well, I mean, of course, I have to say that I never actually won an event of this caliber. So the closest I've been was in London 2015, where I shared first with both Magnus and Danish. So, yeah, in a sense, it would be great to finally clinch this sort of win that has been missing so far. But, I mean, it's too early. It's first game. Of course, it's a good start. I'll take it game by game, and, I mean, I'll take my chances wherever I can find them.
All right, well, congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing you. It's funny you said that. I never thought of that. You never won one of these super events. Certainly most deserving. We look forward to seeing if you have that opportunity this tournament.
Thank you, Maurice.
Well, the mathematics certainly favor Maxime in that case, don't they? I mean, he's overdue for a fabulous elite victory.
When you said the math favored him, I thought you were just going to refer to the fact that he beat the number 2 player in the tournament.
Right.
From our statistician, who's apparently going to be updating us every round.
Right.
Clearly, mathematically, that gives Maxime the edge.
High-breaking edge or something,
yes,
if you will.
the most likely right now to win the Sinquefield Cup.
Okay, it's a little bit unfair, but I really did want to get into our predictions. We've already seen the results of the first round, but I'll tell you up front that my 3 favorites coming into the event, regardless of the first result, was Magnus, Levon, and Hikaru.
Well, you know who my favorites were? Levon, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Karyakin.
Get out of here.
That's what I was going to say. I mean,
no, you weren't. No, you weren't.
No, but pick one of the 3.
Well, okay,
I mean,
no, those are the 3.
Okay, but now you have to pick one.
Well, I mean, Magnus, how can you not? He's the world champion, and he's just been so great at what he does.
Okay, so you're taking Magnus.
Is the overall winner.
I'll take Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I liked his interview. I liked his game. I like his confidence.
All right, and over to you,
and Maurice, who's your pick?
Coming into the event, I thought Magnus Carlsen, without question, I felt like he was going to be so motivated to win this event. He is hungry to get a classical event back under his belt. I mean, the guy has even entered the World Cup, for crying out loud. It's like he wants to show his absolute dominance in every format. And lay the rest is talk about is Magnus closing the gap with the other players. That 28-22 doesn't seem like it makes sense next to his name at all. He should really be in the rarefied heights. And so I'm going to just stay with my first pick. Although when I just heard from MVL, made me think, wait a minute, nobody has won the Sinquefield Cup twice. That would be a new face. Maybe that's the one we should be looking at, because he really is hungry as well. But I'm going to go with what I thought if we had asked this question before the tournament started.
Magnus. All right.
And this was a very eventful round, Yasser, and we were treated some beautiful and very instructive chess, from Levon's technique to MVL's lovely play. Just a fantastic start to the Sinquefield Cup, and we can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Come on down to the Central West End in St. Louis, or catch us online starting at 12:50, and that's 1:50 Eastern Time.
Till tomorrow.